to actually take a step back and socially, entrepreneurially, as a human, understand that for the most part, outside of everybody's got the opportunity to create content at scale to achieve whatever their ambitions are. Now, this is where it gets interesting personally for me. I think the number one thing that I would love to get across today is I believe the reason that I have the luxury to stand here today, the reason so many of my businesses are successful, the reason I see many others that have emerged over the last half decade succeed is completely predicated on actually being a contemporary communicator. It is stunning to me how many powerful businesses, executives, entrepreneurs, and companies in this room continue to not produce content on the web on an everyday basis. When you, for example, just to contextualize this conference, when you look at the sheer amount of attention that Armenians put every single day into Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram alone, if you look at the sheer amount of content consumed in this country on Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram alone, the ability for somebody to make what they want to happen, sell an idea, a pair of sneakers, a SaaS infrastructure, whatever you're up to in this audience, the ability to actually achieve that in the current ecosystem is remarkably high, yet every day people let that opportunity pass by not understanding the two core functionalities of what it takes to be successful, in my opinion today in the macro, which is, do you know how to spend media money on these platforms? And more importantly, do you have the capabilities to produce contextual content at scale? What works on Facebook as a video and with its copy acts very differently than if you put that same video on YouTube, acts very differently than if you put that video on IG, acts very differently. You know, one of the more interesting arbitrage opportunities in this country is Twitter. Though Twitter is not at the same usage, the supply and demand of people not producing content for it against how many do consume Twitter in the country and the region is very high, leaving a huge opportunity for many in this hall to be able to produce on that platform. I would argue that if you have any ambition or company at size, you must today, in the 2020 world, be producing 20 to 100 pieces of content a day. And when I think about how, when I audit big businesses, small businesses, entrepreneurs, the amount of content produced is extremely low, and more importantly, the far majority of content that people put out, they put out the same piece of content across every platform, completely disrespecting the end consumer, the way she or he wants to consume content, and most importantly, not taking advantage of the platform's nuances. If you really take a step back and pay attention to what's happening in the world, both on the political, private sector, Fortune 1000, and entrepreneur level, enormous growth has happened from the individuals and organizations who have bought in to producing content at scale on these 10 platforms that dominate the world. Whether you're in China on Weibo or WeChat, whether VK in the USSR, in Russia, whether it's Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn, on and on and on. I am flabbergasted, stunned by the lack of content being produced by 99% of this audience. It is free attention. It is free attention, and yet we continue to not invest in the creative art needed to communicate, whether in the written form, in video form, or picture form. My friends, the real important thing here is actually a very simple history lesson. This is one very simple history lesson. Everything I'm talking about right now, everything that I'm compelled to get just one person in this conference to go home and finally take it serious, has been happening forever, but more recently in our internet framework, it is very easy to follow who's had success completely based on who actually had a website in 1995, 6, 7, 8, 9, who actually invested in email and email newsletters in 1998, 1999, 2000, 2001. Who moved first on Google AdWords when Google emerged? Just to remind everybody, the biggest spender on Google AdWords in the first 5 years of Google was Amazon. Amazon, one of the leading companies in the world, arbitraged underpriced attention on Google search to become Amazon. On Facebook over the last half decade, the #1 spenders look like companies like Wish. And if you're unfamiliar with Wish, the shopping app, this is a company that's has gone to a place where it's doing between 6 to 10 billion in revenue, depending on who you listen to, and it's spent 90% of its money on Facebook. When you look at what's happening on Instagram today, whether it's Fashion Nova or Gymshark or brands of that nature, Bang energy drink, they're building their entire businesses on the back of underpriced attention. Where does the world continue to think people are consuming information, and where are they actually consuming information is the biggest paradigm within this room. We will spend the rest of these 2 days in this conference enamored by infrastructure, yet we will not pay attention to what's happening in Hollywood right now, which is, it is no longer who has the biggest satellites, who has the biggest printing presses. The pipes are commoditized. The reason you see a rise of Netflix or Amazon or all the OTTs that will take over the world's content consumption when it comes to entertainment is because, like always, eventually the distribution becomes commoditized. The internet is the distribution. And when the next technology comes along, probably blockchain, distribution will be even more commoditized. And what you fill it with becomes the variable of success. There are enormous skills that are needed to achieve this, but they're historic skills that have always been had. The ability to produce video content at scale, but have the ability to film all day and understand how to post-produce the video for the platform you're putting into has become a remarkable skill. You know, many of you, how many people here consume my content? Just raise your hands for context. Thank you. So many of you know and have watched as D-Rock has come along this journey with me, filming and producing content. But what he has gone through has been the evolution of wanting to make remarkable films that would take 3, 4, 5 weeks and produce one piece of content, to what he's doing now, which is probably within the last 20 minutes, produce 7 to 25 different pieces of content. Some will just transcribe the words I'm saying now and be written as Facebook or LinkedIn posts. Others will be clipped for 1 minute for an Instagram post. One will be the whole talk as a YouTube and Facebook keynote. The audio of what I'm saying right now will be stripped and will be my daily podcast. We are now living in a post-production, at scale, creative infrastructure that no matter who you are in this room, no matter what your goals are, it is commoditizing almost everything except your ability to actually communicate in this environment. If you take a very big step back and you look at the winners and losers over the last half decade, I would argue that they are wildly mapped to one's ability to understand how to spend time and energy on these 10 to 15 platforms that we actually pay attention to, versus the people that have looked backwards and continued to rely on traditional means to communicate. Communication has always dictated everything. You know, coming from this part of the world, I've studied for a long time how communication, by whom and how, has changed absolutely everything. I find it very unlikely that this audience is confused by what I'm saying. When I say it in America, it sometimes misses the mark. But when you say it in other parts of the world that have gone through massive changes completely predicated by communicators and how she or he communicates, there's a deeper sense and knowledge. I believe that this part of the world and many other parts of the world that have gone through this should be much more acute in understanding that it is only communication that is left in the end. And unless you take a step back today and really become strong, smart, and strategic about how you do that, I believe you will leave enormous opportunity on the table. I'm gonna swing it a little bit now on an individual basis. For the people in here that will not have the resources to create a team and hire people, this becomes an enormous game of self-awareness. There are many people here who will not be good at video. They're uncomfortable, they're insecure, they don't like the comments that people leave when they leave a video. Others are incredible writers, but because the internet so values currently video and audio, they may not deem writing is the skill set that I believe it to be. I actually argue for everybody here who's trying to achieve on Instagram right now, which is a very high group of people, that the copy, the writing that you put with these posts is far greater, even though it is a highly visual platform. For everybody in this room that is looking to advance their ambitions, whether it's writing, whether it's video, or my favorite thing to talk about, audio, you've got to figure out how you best communicate. For many of you, this is simply a game of taking your phone, hitting record and talking, hit save, and post the audio with a standard picture on any of these platforms. You must be self-aware of how you communicate, and then you must find ways to distribute that. I'm gonna leave with a framework of why I believe that audio should be the biggest conversation in this conference. I believe that way too many people make the mistake of trying to catch the next technology wave long before it's the actual technology wave. There's been a remarkable of money lost in the last 3 or 4 years around VR and AR, not because it's not coming, but because the number one mistake in this collective room is not paying attention to the actual consumer. We have ideologies around our technology. We are technologists and get excited about future technologies, but very often over the last 20 years, I have watched this ecosystem get way too ahead of itself without realizing that the consumer was not ready. Nobody is home right now sitting in a VR contraption, spending 10 hours a day VRing. What we need to do is be best at what is current. How many people here listen to a podcast? Raise your hand. Raise it high. Look around. Now, put your hands down. How many of those people that just raised their hands were not listening to a podcast just 5 years ago? Raise your hands. That is what I spend my time on. Where are we now? Not 4 years from now, not 4 years ago, right this second. And right this second, we sit in an incredible place with audio. We value time and convenience over everything. As much as the world wants us to continue to value privacy, every day, humans around the world give up privacy for time, speed, and convenience. It's just the way we are as animals. In that insight, you must understand how important your audio strategy is going forward. How many people here consume YouTube videos? Raise your hand. Raise it high if you do. Just raise it high. How many of you now, when you watch YouTube videos, are starting to not even watch the video, you're just listening? Raise your hands. Look around, keep them up. Look around. This, my friends, between podcast growth, between the fact that the #1 video platform in the world is now being consumed for a shocking percentage in audio, not video, is very important. You can imagine when I see that many hands, why it gets hard for me to get excited about video production value when I know the actual consumption is actually being done in audio. Doesn't mean that video is declining, video is growing. Consumption is growing because we have devices with us at all times. We don't have to go home and watch television or the radio. I believe that the #1 opportunity for the majority of this room is a very strong strategy around podcasting and audio content, especially because what has emerged in the last 24 months and will continue to grow is AI-driven voice devices in our homes. I believe over the next decade, when you look at how much of what we do today through a phone will be done through audio and voice with a device in our home and office and car will surprise people quite a bit. There will be no reason to grab your phone in the morning to see what the weather is when you're brushing your teeth and you ask Alexa or Apple or Google or Weibo or whatever it may be what the weather's gonna be like. There's not gonna be a need to go to Google search to find a lawyer or the best restaurant when your voice device can answer that for you much faster. I will wrap this thesis and everything I've talked about to the highest level of what I think about every day, and I will leave you with this, and I challenge you with this thought. If you believe what I've laid out this morning, it leads to just one very important conclusion, which is if you are not building your brand or your reputation so that it is in people's head, you become incredibly vulnerable. What I don't think people realize is over the last 2 decades, a written or typing infrastructure of internet has allowed people to be salespeople, not just marketing and branding. You've been able to be found if somebody searches for something. You can be the 6th result on Google. You can buy an ad to show up first. When we go away from a typing and visual infrastructure to a voice infrastructure, you must now establish brand. In a world where I speak to a device and ask it for information, you must produce content today to make me aware of your brand so that when I go and order a pizza, I don't say, Alexa, I want a pizza, and then I let Amazon decide who I'm getting the pizza from. I must say, Alexa, I want Pizza Hut. This little example will play true for all of our businesses, all of our ambitions, all of our political, geopolitical, local, business, personal, all of it. I believe that this is the end of an era where visual and written creative can establish so much brand that it preps you for an audio-centric brand warfare. I couldn't be more passionate and push everybody here to dramatically rev up the content they put out in the world, which is to say the most important part, and the single reason I get to sit here. 99% of the content that is put out on these platforms is selfish. I want you to buy my thing. Look at my thing. Look at me. If you look at the people that are winning, it's about their audience. They're putting out content that brings value. This is an enormous struggle for humans and companies and organizations. However, it is the discipline required to actually break through a world with so much content is being produced. The amount of volume that is being produced is extraordinary. Supply and demand of our information is remarkably difficult to break through. It is why when new platforms emerge, TikTok is not even a blip in this part of the world yet. However, if you look at how Instagram rose, it means that everybody here should create an account and wait to see if it does. If it doesn't, that's fine. You're gonna be okay with the 8 hours you wasted. If it does, there's a remarkable return on investment of attention for your ability to communicate. As a 6-year-old boy, I used to make signs because I wanted to sell lemonade in a street in New Jersey, and I would sit and walk around town looking for which tree and which pole to put my lemonade stand sign on. At 6, it was in my DNA to follow eyes and ears. I sit here 37 years later as a deep practitioner in watching where human beings go and figuring out what to put in front of them to make what I want to happen. I highly, highly recommend that you understand the skill set of that craft is emerging in value at a rapid pace because of the way we actually live in 2020. I hope you take this talk and leave this conference and actually start making instead of debating. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
Thank you, buddy.
One more round of applause to Gary Vaynerchuk, please.
Thank you, Armenia. Love you guys. Thank you.
That's a pretty good start. Yes or no?
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah.
What did you say? Yes? Much better. Okay. We're going to do some scene shifting. We've got another panel, then we've obviously got a special guest later. Just give us a few minutes to do a bit of logistics and we'll be back with you. Thank you very much.
So now we're going to set up for Smart Cities. We're not actually connecting. Where's my phone? Yeah. Okay. Matthew Feeney here. I need to talk to him. Get me Matthew Feeney, please.
I will introduce the rest of this extremely large panel. Andrew and Miguel, please. Round of applause, come on. Good luck.
Thank you.
Please.
Guys.
And in no particular order, the rest of the panel. Beginning with Jacob Akashian. Round of applause, please. Nikolova Markiana. Palak Ahmed Zunaid. Mohammed Javed Azali Yaroum. Michael Christidas. Catherine Cano. Welcome to the stage. And finally, Kia Johari Zaril. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Barev Detz. My name is Miguel Carrasco. I'm a senior partner with the Boston Consulting Group based in Australia, and I have the pleasure of leading our Centre for Digital Government. My team of 120 people work with governments around the world to unlock the potential through technology. And it's my great pleasure to be here this morning to do this keynote. In our experience, the potential to unlock technology, unlocking the potential of technology, the key to it is actually people. I know it seems like heresy in the middle of an IT conference to suggest that technology is not the most important thing. But the fact is that our industrial era organisations and the thinking that underpins those organisations and institutions is now obsolete. The accelerating developments of technology have redefined the boundaries of what's possible. We need new ways of thinking and new ways of working that allow us to take advantage of the best that the human and machine collaboration can give. We think the future is bionic. We need to transform and reinvent our businesses, our government, and our society. Let me explain. There is no doubt that technology has the potential to create enormous value. The use of advanced technologies is expected to add an extra $9 trillion in additional GDP. Technology creates jobs. High-tech jobs are growing at 11% per annum, triple or quadruple the rate of most other sectors. It's also a significant driver of efficiency and productivity. But is this potential really being realised? Is the reality living up to the hype? Business and governments invest a lot of money in technology, but genuine digital transformation has so far proved elusive. Instead, we have lots of plans, digital pilots, proofs of concepts, prototypes, minimum viable products, incubators, accelerators, and not any of them really achieving real scale across the organisation. We see innovation, digital innovation at the edge, and yet the core is not transformed. We see silver bullet mentality, pinning our hopes on change, on one person, one idea, one technology that's going to unlock everything. And we see legacy technology and back-end systems that become a handbrake on change. Our efforts are not wasted. There are sound returns on many of these things, but they're not really transformative. And overall, it's rather disappointing and very frustrating, I'm sure, for all the leaders involved. It's frustrating too for citizens. I was going to make a joke, but I won't. BCG does global benchmarking of how citizens perceive the products and services, the digital services provided by their governments, and our most recent benchmarking study showed a significant decline in satisfaction, and this is despite all the efforts of many governments. We are falling further behind because the expectations of users keep rising, the standards often being set by the world's startups and tech leaders and digital natives. But as I said at the beginning, technology is not the issue. In the early 20th century, it took the combination of Henry Ford's assembly line and Frederick Taylor's scientific management theory to realise the full productivity of emerging manufacturing technologies. And similarly, today, the barrier to greater progress is not technology itself, it's actually finding the new design principles that unleash that power of technology, and it starts with a simple formula. I'm going to give you the secret to digital transformation. It's a very simple algorithm. 10, 20, 70. Focus 10% of your time on data and AI and algorithms, 20% of your time on technology and platforms, and 70% of your time on people and process. But unfortunately, our very understandable curiosity about innovation in AI and emerging tech has consumed all our attention away from people and process. We need to reverse this and rebalance it. We need a model that better balances people and technology. We need to think bionic. We need to be bionic. Bionic governments and organisations will be dramatically different from today's. Joining the ranks of digital bionic organisations will require a profound and comprehensive change in every part of the organisation. It touches every person and every function. But we don't have all the answers yet. We do have some early design principles that we can observe from the digital leaders. So let me start with people. There are some elements that appear to be common in truly bionic organisations. These organisations are much less vertically integrated and less hierarchical and less functional. They're actually organised more like a traditional software or technology stack. They embrace agile ways of working. They work at scale across the organisation. They are led by servant leaders who facilitate and empower their teams. They see organisational boundaries as fluid and porous. They see themselves as part of a bigger ecosystem, not an empire. And they invest significantly in talent acquisition and development. Let me double click on that for a minute. Next year, millennials and Gen Z will make up almost 60% of the workforce, and they expect very different things from the work environment than previous generations. 2/3 of them expect their employers to have a strong sense of purpose and social impact. They are much less likely to stay put, either professionally or geographically, and they increasingly choose self-employment in the gig economy over full-time work. They value professional development, though, very highly, especially in an environment where the skills are turning over very quickly. They want an environment that really supports rapid learning, and that is the future, competing on the rate of learning. We saw this in our recent survey. The Bruce Henderson Institute and Harvard Business School conducted research into the attitudes of workers towards the future of work. And contrary to what most people believe about fears of job losses and resistance to change, there's actually a lot of optimism. People, workers, see this as an opportunity to do better, higher paying jobs. They see more interesting and meaningful work. They see better wages. A third of them anticipate being able to work less and enjoy life more, and still have better professional career progression. And 1 in 5 sees this as an opportunity to be self-employed or retire early. In fact, people are much more optimistic and adaptive than we give them credit for. But when asked, parents in particular are much less optimistic and positive about whether the education systems are preparing their children for the future of work. For sure, we're going to need workers that are fluent in science, technology, engineering and mathematics and the skills to engage with the machines. But evergreen human skills like creativity, leadership, teamwork, collaboration, problem solving, empathy, these are going to be the skills that have the most premium. And these are skills that are often not explicitly taught, not explicitly assessed, undervalued and underappreciated. The challenge is how can we upskill and reskill at speed and scale? It requires employers and governments to rethink their approach to learning. Switching to the technology side, we see some key design features of bionic organisations: extensive use of data and AI, comprehensive data and digital platforms, and the next generation technology functions inside those organisations to make it happen. The learning model for machines is very different to that of humans. For AI or advanced analytics to work well, they need a lot of data on which to train. Data is the lifeblood of bionic companies. For the bionic organisation, there are 2 huge implications. Many of them touched on in this morning's keynote. Creating and accessing unique data will drive competitive advantage. Digital natives are working tirelessly to create a data advantage. Secondly, the ability to create insights from that data will be most helpful, and the organisations with true advantage will be those that master the art of embedding AI into their most important processes and decisions. They need a robust data and digital platform, and they need many of you in this room. Much like the architecture of the modern car, the next generation of data and digital platforms have some key features. They tend to have more standardised and configurable parts. They're modular, enabled by things like microservices. They're interoperable, enabled by things like APIs. They're more scalable, enabled by things like cloud. And this platform approach is what enables rapid innovation and deployment. And when you put this together, you see a model of an emerging bionic enterprise, a foundation of data and digital platforms that support scale and innovation, a middle layer of standardized human-machine processes that can be configured, assembled, and reassembled as needed, and at the top, flexible, empowered, agile teams working iteratively with a high degree of autonomy and a high degree of alignment to deliver specific outcomes. And this model works in the public or private sector. In governments, there are a few that have embraced these principles. The UK Government Digital Service took UK from being a digital laggard to a digital leader in less than 4 years. They started first and foremost with the users and what they need, and then built services for them. They used human-centred design and agile practices. They built skills, digital skills across government through a digital academy. They forged partnerships across and outside government and with small and medium businesses. They built services supported by those reusable capabilities and foundational platforms like digital identity and communication. And then other governments have followed, my own included: Canada, Peru, Argentina, Singapore, the USA, no doubt others in this room as well. The other government of note in this space, of course, is Estonia, not far from here, having built an X-road infrastructure that supports secure data sharing across government. They have foundational public infrastructure and utilities that facilitate the digital economy. Digitised transactions are now integrated and bundled into life events, personalised in a proactive way, in a way that is so seamless you don't even know. They built an ecosystem of government and industry working together to deliver solutions which created jobs and export opportunities. So when the human and tech elements are blended effectively, we deliver outcomes that people want. We can radically improve the user experience for the citizen. We can deliver more for less, which is what governments are being asked to do all the time. And we can be more confident about driving the next wave of innovation. So let me close with a few reflections on some of the lessons learned. Governments can play a critical role in this transition to the bionic future by creating the bionic governments and enabling their bionic economies. They can start, first and foremost, by investing more in workforce analytics. Too many decisions about education, training, industry development and support are being made on anecdotal evidence and lobbying, when advanced analytics and tools such as Fathom and Burning Glass can help to predict and identify and understand exactly what the supply-demand mismatch will be and develop evidence-based strategies instead. They need to reshape education and talent management. We need to redefine work and ways of working at a societal level. Being in and out of work is no longer black and white. What we formally define as work and value as work needs to be reevaluated. Governments should build the digital capacity in the economy, foster the ecosystems and create the hubs and collaborations that drive better engagement through the pipeline from innovation through to commercialisation. They need to support entrepreneurship and SMEs through access to capital and national assets like data and infrastructure. We need to modernise outdated regulations and protections. For example, we need to increase society's understanding of the impact of AI and put in place governance and people with the right expertise and processes for ensuring the responsible and accountable use of these technologies. And finally, we need to review those policies like tax and immigration, welfare, education, industry, and a range of others to ensure they are optimised to manage the transition and avoid increasing inequality or widening the digital divide, or worse, leaving people behind. We could sit back and wait and see what happens, but an unmanaged transition will be messy and painful and have a huge human toll. I'd prefer a more proactive strategy, a strategy where humans and technology together address the challenges of today and tomorrow and unlock our full potential. I look forward, as I'm sure you do, to hearing the thoughts of the ministers that are joining us here today and what they're doing to navigate their countries into a bionic future. I hope you enjoy the rest of WCIT 2019, and as they say here, Sho Hakat Luchung.
Thank you, Miguel, for setting the scene for what I think will be a very interesting panel. My name's Andrew Wyckoff. I'm the Director of Science, Technology, and Innovation at the OECD. It's my pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Minister of High-Tech Industry here in Armenia, Minister Arshakyan. Please.
Well, thank you.
Armenia, the Silicon Valley of the former USSR, a country where high technologies have always evolved to keep up with the times. How did this all start? The National Academy of Sciences, established in 1943. This institution carries out and supervises fundamental and applied research in different disciplines, uniting around 40 research institutions. The Computer Research and Development Institute. This institution used to be the biggest center for development of computer equipment and automatic control systems, one of the first computers in the world, and the very first one in the USSR, Nairi 2, was produced right here. The Institute of Physics. It's here that international level theoretical and experimental research on elementary particles and nuclear physics are conducted. The Polytechnic University, this huge center of technical sciences, is one of the leading institutions of high technologies in the region. It is a recognized and distinguished university, not only in Armenia, but also beyond its borders. Who are the initiators of high technologies? We found a solution to a 70-year-old fundamental problem in mathematical theory. we were one of the pioneers who created the remote control helicopter. We are among the founders of theoretical astrophysics. We are now moving ahead towards ambitious plans and perspectives of the future. Over the last 7 years, the revenue of Armenian technological companies has grown by 5 times, with an annual average rate of about 25%. The role of the Armenian government in the growth of this industry is crucial. Research and development centers of various multinational high-tech companies are located in Armenia. Synopsys, the Armenian branch of the company, designed the USB-3. National Instruments is ranked among the 100 best employers in the world, and one of their trending engineering centers is located in Armenia. Armenian engineering labs, known as ANEL, started to function with the support of this organization. Cisco Armenia, using advanced technologies, the Armenian branch of this company designs and develops Cisco's leading network chips. Many Armenian high-tech companies are now acknowledged internationally. PixArt, more than 100 million people all over the world edit almost 850 million pics during a month in this application. PixArt, the biggest photo editing app in the whole world. SoloLearn is the biggest mobile platform for teaching programming, which is among the fastest developing companies in the world. Yeah Engineering is a company that provides a full range of engineering services, from design to manufacturing of devices, systems, and automated test equipment for advanced industrial applications. The list of these companies can be continued with many other Armenian startups, which are conquering the world market and are also leading with the rate of female employment in the sector. In 2019, Armenia will host a number of international and local conferences. Come to Armenia, the land of revolutionary opportunities.
Great. I would like to welcome our guests, Deputy Prime Ministers, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Secretary Generals, Deputy Secretary Generals. Welcome to Armenia. Welcome to the center. Welcome. In the new Armenia, the great value that we put on our all efforts is the talented people. The government announced that the most priority for us is in putting all the resources, lots of resources on education. The talent should be educated, and also from idea to creating a company and then conquering the world market, solving the most complex problems for the human, is the priority for the Ministry of High-Tech Industry of Armenia. All the program that we have designed for 2025 is starting from an idea, from the talented person who has an idea, then growing it to become a company and exit to the world market. Building an education places, especially for the high-tech ecosystem elements like accelerators, incubators, and of course, using the diaspora power for Armenia to become a center for the region. But what does it mean? Being a center doesn't mean that you're talking about yourselves as a good technical skills or a good country or a strong country in the region. It is about giving. So we want to give an opportunity for the other countries, other engineers, other talented people to use the power that we have here and the power that we have outside of Armenia. The power of talented diaspora people, the power of the connected countries, our partner countries, the power that we would like to grow in Armenia. And finally, not to take much of your time because the video that we prepared, we wanted to show the comprehensive what we have in Armenia. I would like to especially thank the organizers of this great event, especially the UATE, Wcit, which could bring this great event to Armenia, and we could have an opportunity for all our guests, our distinguished guests to come here, and all the technology people, enthusiasts, entrepreneurs to come to Armenia to see the opportunities to share, to learn, and we could also learn from their experience. Thank you very much and enjoy your event.
Thank you, Minister. I hope to be able to ask you some questions about your success here in Armenia after the panel. We started a little bit late, and so we have a compressed time, so I asked my speakers to please keep to time. And with that, it's my honor to introduce Minister of Post Telecom Information Technology from Bangladesh, Minister Palak.
Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable Ministers, business leaders, friends from media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. Bari Arovot. The World Congress on Information Technology is one of the largest and most prestigious ICT event in the world. I congratulate the government of Republic of Armenia, World Information Technology Services Alliance, and Union Advanced Technology Enterprises for successfully hosting the ICT 2019. I'm very happy to see that we all are sharing common vision. The evolution of the digital age. This year's theme, the power of decentralization, is a timely discussion, and in Bangladesh, we strongly believe in the use of ICT for transparency, accountability, and most importantly, in the facilitation of economic growth. Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina envisioned to build digital Bangladesh by 2021 in the year of 2008. She took the bottom-up approach, and that is why she has set up more than 5,000 digital delivery centers across the country, from where 6 million people are getting services every month. Under the proper supervision and the guidance of the Honorable Advisor to the Prime Minister, Mr. Shajib was a joy, designed the strategy to achieve the vision of digital Bangladesh. And this is strategy that the ICT Ministry implements. Ladies and gentlemen, the ICT Ministry has taken 4-pillar strategy to implement digital Bangladesh. Human resource development, ICT industry promotion, connectivity and infrastructure, and establishing e-government. In the last 10 years, since the declaration of the Digital Bangladesh Vision, we have achieved quite a bit and have many success stories to share. We have been able to provide 1 million jobs in ICT sector. We have been able to take fiber optic cable, high-speed broadband connectivity up to the village level. We have more than 90 million internet subscribers, 160 million mobile subscribers, and also we have been able to achieve $1 billion ICT export, including hardware, software, and services. And also we have target to reach $5 billion ICT export by 2021. We want to provide 90% of our government services online. Another 1 million jobs will be created in ICT sector in next 5 years. These are the basic targets for achieving digital Bangladesh. Dear friends, our e-government strategy has been based on identifying how our citizens in 3 broad groups. We consider digital natives, citizens, those born after the year of 2000. We consider them as millennial. Second, early adopters like us, mostly who have actually born before the internet age and brought up with the digital devices. Outliers, mostly belonging to the aged and less fortunate groups who do not have the necessary skills or access to digital devices. We are designing all of our digital services targeting to make our services very useful and easy to all of these three groups. Dear friends, Bangladesh is among the top fastest growing economies in the world. Bangladesh has experienced tremendous growth in the past 10 years under the aspiring leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. Our GDP growth rate has crossed 8% in recent years. And we are globally #1 mobile financial services in terms of the number of daily transactions. We are the second largest garments exporter, and definitely we have 50 million middle income affluent consumers where you can actually introduce your product. We have half of the population who has that purchase capacity. And also, we have a local huge ICT market, and we spend near about $1 billion each fiscal year, and we have a target to reach $5 billion, including all these mega projects are coming. We are building 28 high-tech parks across the country because we believe in decentralization. And decentralization is possible when you are using ICT, and decentralization imperative is digitalization. So if we could digitalize all of our services, and if we could build the infrastructure, then only decentralization is possible. Bangladesh has a thriving startup ecosystem. I invite you all to experience all of our startups. Recently, we have received 2,000 applications, and we have recently created Innovation, Design and Entrepreneurship Academy to provide necessary supports to the startups. And also, we are creating the innovation ecosystem, and that is why we have created this Innovation Entrepreneurship Academy. And we have some success stories. So in this slide, you can see the reasons for investing in Bangladesh. These are the 5 basic things what can actually encourage our foreign investors to come in Bangladesh. I invite you all to experience these benefits for yourself. And also, I would like to mention that we are the host country of the Wcit 2021, but you don't have to wait till 2021 to experience Digital Bangladesh. We organize global events every year like Digital World, BPO Summit, and also Digital Device and Innovation Expo. And the ICT investment opportunities are there, both local and for the global. I would like to thank Wcit for making Bangladesh the destination for Wcit 2021, and congratulations to the Republic of Armenia for successfully hosting Wcit 2019. Please feel free to let us know if you would like to explore the opportunities of Digital Bangladesh, and we would be more happy to welcome you, see you in Dhaka in 2021, and hopefully even before. I would like to conclude my speech speech by quoting a proverb. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Let's work together to make digital world better. Thank you for your patience hearing. Messi.
Thank you, Minister Palak. With that, I'd like to introduce the Malaysian State Minister of Penang for Public Works, Utilities, and Flood Mitigation, Minister Johari.
Hi. Good morning, everyone. So I'm here to talk about our strategies in Malaysia in realizing a digital future, both at the national level, but also briefly on the subnational level of Penang, where I'm from. So if you've ever been to Malaysia, and this is Kuala Lumpur, our capital, it's quite a modern city. We've got a metro system. It's you know, skyscrapers everywhere. These are some vital statistics of our country. Just to give you an idea, what it means is that Malaysia is an upper middle income country. But that also means it comes with many problems associated with many middle income countries struggling to make that final leap into high income status. For example, we still have a dependency on commodities. 15% of our exports are based on petroleum and gas. We have actually low adoption of technology in manufacturing services, surprisingly. Now, manufacturing services make up about 79%, almost 80% of our economy. But in terms of technology adoption, we're only at 37% for manufacturing and 20% for services. So still very much based on a lot of low-wage, low-skilled based models. Also, we have a problem of disparity between employees and capital owners in terms of compensation as a share of GDP. So employees in Malaysia only take up about 35% of income based on GDP, whereas countries like Germany, in the UK, in Europe, they're mostly about 50%. So as a government, we started to ask ourselves a few questions. We believe, as does Armenia, as was said by the Prime Minister of Armenia yesterday, that technology can be the great equalizer. We believe the same thing. So we started to ask ourselves a few questions. How do we connect as many people as we can? How do we make technology as accessible as possible? So basically questions of coverage, questions of capacity, questions of cost. Also we talk about how do we digitize the government, society, how do you get everyone on the digital bandwagon, so to speak. I mentioned earlier we still have low adoption of technology in our manufacturing services, so how do we digitize our economy? How do we get SMEs into Industrial Revolution 4.0? How do we empower startups? But above all, how do we tie all of this into a coherent national strategy? So in the last 1.5 years since the change of our government, we have come up with a few plans. This is one of them, the National Fiberization and Connectivity Plan, NFCP. It's basically a strategy of policies and projects. So one example of a policy to improve speed and reduce cost is the implementation of the mandatory standards of access pricing. It basically means that we force the telco providers to conform to regulated pricing. And by doing so, with the tagline of double the speed, half the price, we've actually, if you look at the results, since June last year, subscribers with a minimum of 100 megabit per second speed have increased from 150,000 people to 1.2 million. And of course, there are also projects to implement and roll out digital infrastructure, fiber optics and so on. And in here we have created a Universal Service Provision Fund in order to subsidize the implementation of digital infrastructure. Now, the other key strategy that we have decided to embark on is to, we have identified 5G, or the 5th generation cellular network technology, as sort of the next game changer. It basically means that you'll be able to have speeds of up to 10 gigabit per second, up to 1 million devices in a square kilometer, and latency of 1 millisecond. The government decided last year to create or to call for a collaboration with all the industry players and formed a 5G task force. So just a few months ago, the Prime Minister of Malaysia launched 5G Malaysia Showcase, and the task force is due to submit its final report this month. And basically, our target is to be able to implement 5G demonstration projects. In our case, we have decided to choose 55 use cases across 32 sites in 6 states, including in Penang, Malaysia. More importantly, when you visit us for WCIT 2020, we'll be 5G ready, and you can see for yourself the next evolution in mobile technology. I hope it's not an empty claim. I think we have a lot of hard work. All our officers will have to make sure that it does happen. Now, these are just some of the other policies that we have implemented, as I said, to try to get everyone on the IR 4.0 bandwagon. So we have a digital free trade zone with tax incentives. We have a guarantee schemes to help SMEs get loans. We have a fund to also accelerate the adoption of technology. Now, we have all these plans at the national level. But I think the most important thing for us is, of course, especially for a government, is how do you get it implemented? How do you get it done at the local level? So I'm going to give... for next year's WCIT. So please come to Penang and enjoy our food. So basically very briefly, two plans. Now we have the National Fiberization and Connectivity Plan at the national level. But what does it mean to implement it at the state level, at the local, subnational level? So we decided we wanted to be in alignment with the NFCP. So we created the Penang Connectivity Master Plan, and we adopted the approach of government does not always know best. So some of the problems, when governments implement policies is that they think they know best. We think we know best. But the truth is, we have to collaborate. And digital is about collaboration. So we've decided to take a bottom-up approach. We are collaborating. It's a tripartite structure with the government on the one hand. We have the telcos, so all the telco players, to ensure there's no monopoly. And at the same time, with the regulator, the Malaysian Multimedia and Communications Commission. And so this Penang Connectivity Master Plan takes it's a bottom-up approach. We have at the lowest level focus groups. So whatever policies and ideas we have go through the focus groups, they get recommended up to the steering committee, and then decisions are made at the highest level. The objectives are to fulfill obviously the demands of the public and industry, address the challenges in infrastructure rollout. You think it's very easy for a government to build a telco tower or even to trench some fiber. It's really not that easy. There are a lot of challenges that we face, and while we have really good plans at the top, it's a question of how do you implement them. So these are the challenges that we seek to face and address. Lastly, we also realize the need for a digital agenda. Now, we know in government, right, everyone is digitizing, every department is digitizing, but the question is, are the efforts coordinated? Are they complementary or are they redundant? Do projects overlap with each other? Are they efficient? Do the people implementing digital transformation even know what digital transformation is? So we have decided to create sort of a super agency called Digital Penang. It's modeled after Singapore's Smart Nation, if you have heard of it. And some of the advice we got when we engaged with Singapore was that the problem with digital is that it's cross-disciplinary, it's cross-ministerial, it's cross-department. So if you have just one department trying to implement digital, you will inevitably step on the toes of other departments. So what Singapore did was they put 4 ministers together and called it Smart Nation, and that's how they coordinate and monitor their digital projects. We've done the same thing in Penang. It's a coordinating and monitoring agency. It's not an implementer. It's multidisciplinary, so focusing on the 4 key domains, very similar to what our friend from Bangladesh also presented earlier. So that's it. I would like to thank everyone and welcome all of you to Penang for Wcit 2020. Shnoda Kalusun.
Thank you, Mr. Johari. And my apologies, we are a little compressed for time, but with that, let me introduce the Deputy Prime Minister for Economic and Demographic Policy from Bulgaria, Mrs. Marian Nikolova.
Honorable Mr. Arshakyan, Honorable Ministers, Honorable General Secretaries, ladies and gentlemen, the rapid pace at which the digital transformation of today's societies and economy goes raise, among other things, expectation for the public sector performance, in addition to demands for new capabilities and competencies from the central governments so as to adjust to the new digital environment. In the modern world, the IT dynamic development calls for a continual update of both of the goals and the ways and means to achieve full and efficient e-government. Governance should not fall behind the general trends and irreversible processes at the European and global level and should timely adjust to the new digital environment. Apart from access to administrative services via internet, digitalization now stands for transformed in-house business processes of the public administration, units that are to be established as digital by design. The ultimate goal being to achieve better governance, efficiency. It is already needed that central governments should focus their efforts on the development of strategies and policies for public sector reform and modernization. In the process of strategic planning in the public sector, just in a business, it is imperative to make an analysis of technology development with an eye to the future. Additionally, the digitalization of procedure and services result in a drastic decrease of the level of corruption and ensure transparency and traceability. Digital inequality and digital literacy remain among the most serious challenges that confront administration even in the countries with advanced e-government. The digital divide impedes the achievement of higher economic efficiency as ICTs are part of economic growth and are recognized as one of the fast-growing sector of the economy. By its digital single market strategy, the European Union seeks to remove obstacles and to offer more opportunities for cross-border business. The aim is to create a digital single market where the free movement of goods, people, services, capital, and data is guaranteed, and where citizens and business enjoy easy and fair access to online goods and services irrespective of their nationality and domicile. With regard to this, as a member state of the European Union, Bulgaria adheres to the common approach of harmonization of EU law standards and certification procedure in the field of digitalizations. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister. With that, let me quickly introduce the Minister of Communications, Information Technology from Iran, Minister Yahoumi.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by thanking the people and government of the Republic of Armenia for their warm and kind hospitality in this beautiful city of Yerevan and for organizing this important Congress at this crucial time. Mr. Chairman, I'm proud to inform this august audience that we have made considerable progress in Iran in the field of ICT in the past year. Statistics show a big leap. For instance, in 2018, number of internet users in Iran was more than 51 million. Internet penetration rate has grown to 70% and 79% of our households use internet. In EGDI, Iran ranking improved by 20 and now stand at 86 according to the UN e-government survey. In Iran, a country of more than 18 million populations, a number of mobile broadband subscribers has passed 70 million. All of our cities, I mean 1,242 cities, and also 78% of our villages, I mean more than 64,000 villages in Iran, are now connected to 4G mobile network. More than 120 million smartphones are active in the network through 3 mobile operators. With government funds and absorbing the private sector's contribution, we are now reaching the number of 2 million FTTH users, and this is a remarkable record for 1 year. Investment-wise, the implementation of 5G has not yet become economic enough to attract our private sector, but we are busy conducting necessary studies and seriously trying to prepare the ground for the future. 5G will be the predominant technology for the upcoming decade, and we are making ourselves prepared both by investment in infrastructure and by increasing our people awareness and interest in the various benefits this new technology can bring to their life. Engaging young and brilliant minds in the field of IT and ICT, supporting innovation, initiatives and investment projects are just a glimpse of what we put focus on to achieve our objectives with recent years. Government support of a startup ecosystem has grown significantly. No Offering is one of Iran initiatives launched to support startups. It's a platform to simplify and integrate service delivery process, create transparency, identify investment opportunities, link entrepreneurs with academia, and encourage innovative and creative business by providing incentive to top projects. Today, approximately 570 startups, 139 grown big companies, 45 accelerators, and 15 investors are successfully cooperating in no offering initiative. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in spite of the most brutal unilateral economic sanctions, we have reached remarkable growth in our IT improved economic sectors, including various online services. Some of the best and most successful Iranian startups in the field of transportation, agriculture, digital advertisement, messengers, entertainment and animation, professional workers, healthcare, and business intelligence are accompanying me to Yerevan, and they have presented themselves in the Digitech Expo. I encourage you to pay them a visit and learn about their great business capacities and success stories. Ladies and gentlemen, sitting on a strategic geographical location between Caucasus and the Persian Gulf, Iran provides one of the best and most economic data traffic routes between Europe, Middle East, South and East of Asia. Iran and Armenia are now cooperating in development of such strategic connections across the region. This is one of the most effective ways to strengthen our ties and resist together against the destructive effect of monopoly in unilateralism in the field of ICT. Improving the level of regional and international cooperation, especially in the areas of ICT, trade, transport, technology, and investment, can help to enhance intra-regional convergence and intra-regional cohesion, while contributing to improvement of international system. Distinguished delegates, once again, I would like to express my deep appreciation to the Republic of Armenia and to my brother, Mr. Hakub Arshakian, for inviting me to this august gathering. Let us hope for a better world, a more connected world, in which peaceful would prevail and where technology would be in the service of humanity. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. And with that, I have a great pleasure to introduce the Secretary General of the Black Sea Economic Cooperation, Mr. Michael Christidis. Christidis, excuse me. Sorry.
I would like to.
Here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, as I'm not representing a state, I will not be dazzling the audience with any PowerPoint presentation, and allow me to speak from here because this is, after all, a discussion among friends. I represent an international organization, regional international organization, to which Armenia is a founding member and a very important member. And I'm very honored following this very, very important event, also because Armenia is shouldering the responsibility of coordinating our respective working group in ICT. We had even a special meeting yesterday, and thank you very much, Mr. Minister, among BSEC member states. We tried to find ways about cooperating more and have a greater exchange of know-how in IT and innovation. And I'm sure that with the support of Armenia coordinating this working group, we will be able to achieve greater results in the near future. Because as you heard, the common denominator of what has been said here today is cooperation. We can't progress alone. We have to cooperate among states, and this is what my organization, the organization I have the honor to represent, does. To tell you the truth, I'm very humbled to hear from all experts here what IT and technology means today, where we are headed, and what it will mean for our present and our future. If you will see in the program, you will see that most of the titles of the discussions and the side events contain questions. How can law help us navigate through the invasions of privacy? Where is the line between human-centered technology and technology-centered humans? Where is art going? The smart city, utopia or dystopia? So this struck me a lot. Why? Because it comforts me to know that also high-tech wizards and all laymen have questions. They are not sure of where we are heading. And this is very, very important. You see, I belong to a generation that is able to digest the remarkable strides of technology and innovation only at a 1 mile at a time pace. I mean, the moment I believe I have mastered the use of one technological miracle, be it the computer or the smartphone, new gadgets and methods, the fourth industrial revolution, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, all overwhelm me with their complexity and with the way they disrupt my life and that of the people around me. And the pace of this unavoidable obligation to acquaint yourself with new technological and innovative products is constantly increasing. Today's smartphones will be considered Neanderthals compared to those we will be using only tomorrow. And they change, they shape our social behavior. Take the smartphones. Smartphones eased our connectivity with the far away and seized our contact with those right next to us. Just look at couples or groups of friends in cafes or restaurants. After the initial niceties, the only thing they exchange are furtive glimpses to the smartphone screen of the other. So with these thoughts and question marks on my mind, I earnestly look forward to the conclusions of the Yerevan talks, especially in what concerns bringing innovative technology to serve public policy in an inclusive way, and particularly beyond national borders. IT and innovation, it was said yesterday, is the perfect global equalizer. Yet nobody should be left behind, and we should always keep our universal values and principles as the constant beacon into this voyage in the mysteries of IT and innovation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cristiades. And with that, it's avec grand plaisir que je fais l'introduction de l'administratrice de l'Organisation internationale de la francophonie, Mrs. Carnot, and I see the house is packed for your presentation.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Ça va bien? Vous allez bien? Oui, oui. My French is pretty good, huh? Yeah. Well, listen, I was going to go to the podium, but I think now I'll stick here. That'll be much more fun, I think. And I know I'm not Kim Kardashian, but I'm pretty cool too. First of all, let me thank our host, the minister, for this gathering of the world experts on technology and digital. I think it's extraordinarily important. I'm amazed by all the work and the the political will of all the countries to really get engaged in digital and how important it is for all of society. So let me talk to you about l'Organisation Internationale de la Francophonie. So this the Francophonie. It's the gathering of 88 states in the world, believe it or not, who have French as either main language or part of their language. And Armenia is a member, and Bulgaria as well, of the Francophonie. Armenia have been for a decade, over a decade actually, and they hosted the last summit of the head of states. So what we do is four things. We actually are making sure that the French speaking stays strong, that the French cultures across the world on 5 continents stay strong. We also focus on democracy, helping countries that are getting out of conflicts and helping them with their elections. We also, so we're really working on freedom of expression and human rights. We also are very strong on education and training. And lastly, we are all in favor and having programs on sustainability, which is a hard word to say in English, but développement durable, we say in French. So our role is to make sure that we, as an organization, we listen to what the needs are in our countries and make sure that all those the Francophonie help each other, share expertise, support each other, collaborate, because we believe that it's very important that in face of all this, the very big power out there, and mostly in the digital space, there is a place for other digital ecosystem. And so the French one for us is very important. The Francophonie one is very important. So what we do is obviously with the evolution of digital and technology, making sure we're at the top of it, or at the very least not behind, is not an option for our countries, and it's not an option for any of us. I think we all share the same things. So there's a couple of things we do at the organization at that level. Is one, support the states and the government's part of our organization to deal and understand the issues of governance, for instance, of sovereignty, the issues of personal data protection. That's extraordinarily important. The other thing is that we think is important is to help public policy, create public policy that will contribute to the or encourage this transformation to digital. And one of the biggest issues is access. Many of you have mentioned that, and access of technology, of internet, and the high speed. The reason it's so important is that there is a potential of creating a deeper divide between populations that have information or have access to information and those who don't. And unfortunately, technology can also widen that gap if we're not careful. So we really believe it's important to understand the environment we're in and be ready for it. The second thing we do is that obviously technology is unbelievable. When I grew up north part of Canada, there was no English, it was only French. I had to drive 8 hours by bus to be able to actually hear English. Now with technology, that's not an issue, right? We can reach out people all across the world. We can connect with them. We can actually be more meaningful in terms of like the impact on the development of our countries socially and economically. So we've been really advocate of educating as early as possible, making sure that we leverage technologies because we learn differently, we work differently, we connect differently. There are new jobs out there. I mean, you've seen a lot of data just this morning. So the reality is quite different. And so we absolutely have to make sure that our countries are offering to their populations the keys to be able to succeed and to be part of this revolution and this evolution, in fact. So we're really involved in education. We are opening digital centers across the world, like mostly in Africa. I just did one in Chad not that long ago. The second thing is job. Helping young people, and we are focusing mostly on young people. And let me tell you something, 60% of our population, our Francophone population, is under the age of 34. So that's amazing. And we are 300 million people speaking the language of French. And do you know that by 2060, so in 40 years from now, this number will have doubled. So that's why we're focusing on youth and on women, because first of all, half of them don't have access to schools yet in most of some of the countries of la francophonie, and also because their apport, I don't know what the English word is, but their contribution to the economy is undisputable. So we are now creating programs and projects to help the insertion to jobs, to the new jobs that brings technology, and to entrepreneurship. And you can see labs and incubators all across Africa and here in Armenia and Eastern Europe, in Europe, and across the world basically, but places you wouldn't have expected. I mean, I'm hearing about Bangladesh and Malaysia, all the work that's been done. It's happening everywhere. So I think our populations are ready for the challenge. I do think that the key to success for all of us, that belong to Francophonie or not, is the cooperation, is the partnerships. We can't do anything alone by ourselves. We need to be all together in this and to make sure that we're actually looking up for tomorrow. So thank you. This is as brief as it can be and as appealing as it can be.
Thank you, Madame Cano. I think that's a great way to end the panel. I'd ask all of you to welcome and, along with me, I congratulate all the panelists of this panel. One of the overriding themes, I think, has been youth, women, and looking towards the future. I'm sure our next speaker will hit on these same themes as well. And with that, please let me close the panel and thank all of our participants.
Thank you, Andrew. A round of applause, please, for the moderator who never gets the credit. Thank you. Our guest has arrived. It may be a few minutes until we get the go-ahead, but chill out. We'll be with you very soon.
Kanan.
Magdalena Yeshish.
Thank you, thank you. I cannot thank you enough for having me here. You guys have given me the very best job at this conference. You know, when you go to conferences, people will often say something like, well, this next speaker requires no introduction. Well, in this case, it couldn't be truer. 250 million followers. But you know, I know how anxious everyone is to meet Kim Kardashian West. So without any waste, even of a nanosecond, I want to introduce you to Mrs. Kim Kardashian West.
Hi. Thank you so much for having me here. I'm so excited to be here.
Well, it's an incredible moment for all of us. It's an incredible moment for the Wcit, and I think especially for Armenia. Welcome, Kim.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Of course. There's no place I'd rather be at a tech conference than in Armenia. It feels good to be here.
For those of you who might be wondering, Kim at a tech conference, let me just say that about 2 years ago, I wrote a book. Here it is, and I'm going to give a copy to Kim. The book is titled Power Up: How Smart Women Win in the New Economy. The idea was to encourage young women to basically enter the technology field, to realize that actually you can be really successful. Yes. And Kim Kardashian West, you, really exemplify winning in the new economy. Understanding technology, using technology, building an amazing follower base, building an amazing business. So today, what we really want to do is get into your brain, understand how you started, understand how you built this amazing franchise, but even more importantly, understand how do you keep it up. So tell us, Kim, how did you start in media, in the television world, and then decided to really go online and take advantage of social media?
Yeah, well, I always knew that I wanted to be on TV, but I was always fascinated by reality TV. I know that sounds like a ridiculous goal, maybe, because especially back then, reality TV, it just wasn't really that popular.
Well, I think you defined it. I think you defined it and then you owned it.
I mean, but being like a kid at 11 years old, or maybe I was 12 or 13, seeing The Real World, and that was the first reality show of really its kind. I remember seeing that and thinking, this is really what I want to do. And I would tell my friends, and now I'm so blessed to work with the same production company as The Real World. So I kind of always knew what I wanted to do, but I never really had a plan or a goal of how to figure that out. I would say in life, I'm very organized and I'm very thought out, but I did wing it. And I think it's okay to wing it sometimes.
I couldn't agree more, by the way. I mean, one of the things that I talk about in Power Up is to really not try to figure out how to have the winning strategy, because you just never know. You just have to respond to opportunity. And
it's about adapting to those opportunities, and it's about figuring it out. And maybe at the beginning of my career, I would have done anything, maybe things that I didn't necessarily believe in. Products that I was selling, anything from maybe shoes and cupcakes to workout clothes.
You sold cupcakes?
Everything.
Really?
Everything, you name it, I tried it at least. And the evolution of really finding my confidence and my power was an evolution. And I got to do it in front of the world, figuring it out and figuring out what I really wanted to be into and what I was really passionate about. But the main message that I want to tell everybody, especially women, is it's okay to figure it out as you go. It's kind of like when you're a new mom and you think you're just supposed to have it all figured out and you just are winging it. You're figuring it out as you go. And it doesn't mean that you're less of a successful person because you were figuring it out as you go. I think that's everyone in life.
A lot of startups use the word pivoting. And in technology world, we use the word pivoting all the time, maybe overused, but it's exactly what you're talking about, where you try something, and if it doesn't work, you try another version, and if that doesn't work, you try a third time. But what it takes is resilience. What it takes is the opportunity to hang in there, not give up, and that's a great message, I think, for all of us, but especially women, because I think women are more perfectionists than men are.
Well, I don't know if you know my husband. That wouldn't be the truest statement. But yes, I totally, I believe that as long as you learn from every step of the way and every mistake or every success, everything that you do, as long as it's a part of your story and as long as you learn from it, you're doing the right thing.
In the technology world, we also use another term very often, and that's transparency. And I really do think that Kim Kardashian West has defined the term transparency. You are willing to open up your life and basically be on camera, share a lot of your personal life. How do you balance that? How do you balance privacy with, in fact, allowing the world to see how you live and how you conduct your day-to-day life?
I think at the beginning, I didn't even know what the word privacy really meant. I was very okay with people knowing every detail of my life. As you get a little bit older and you have kids and you realize you do want to value some privacy, I figured out a really good balance of sharing what I want to share. I think, you know, there definitely is oversharing, especially when safety can be a factor and it can, you know, when there's so many eyes on you. I learned firsthand that if you share too much, it could be a little bit dangerous at times. And so I was really cautious, and I move really cautiously now that I have kids. But I still love to be open and honest, and that's who I am, and that's my brand. And there is a way to have both and to share, but not feel like your whole life has been about, you know, or is being used just for social media. You do have to have balance.
Absolutely, I agree. I want to switch and talk about what you and I discussed yesterday, and that is, how do you decide to bring out another product? You have had this amazing franchise for multiple years now. Today you have 250 million followers, and your followers are not slowing down. In fact, if anything, they're growing. So how do you keep your franchise going? How do you keep your brand going? And most importantly, when you're bringing out a new product, how involved do you get?
So every product that like if we're just talking beauty and fragrance and shapewear, those are the companies that I own. They're not licensing deals. So I'm involved every step of the way, from the packaging to the logo design to pretty much everything.
That's a lot of detail. So you don't delegate the pieces like a logo design or color to others? Do you actually oversee that, make the final decisions?
Not with anything visual. Yeah, the visual aspect of it, I like to oversee it all. Shapewear would be maybe a little bit different, because if we go into retail, I'm not there's other people that will do that instead, so I won't handle all of those relationships. But what I found is every time there's a product that I want to release, I mean, it works when it's super authentic to you. If you love something so much, or if you're really good at something. So for me, shapewear, I feel like I've been creating my own shapewear for over a decade. With beauty, I feel like I've got my first makeup lesson when I was 14 years old. And so every time I want to put out a product, I just have to make sure that it's super authentic and really thought out. And I do it every step of the way, from the press box that we deliver, to all the influencers, to the campaign, to the photographer. The look and feel of everything is me.
But it's not just physical world products that you have. You actually rolled out a game, and it's been a digital product that's been going on for, 5 years now?
A little over 5 years now.
And the character seems to follow you, actually. So tell me about that. How involved are you with a computer game, and understanding that most games have a shelf life of about 18 months? You have yours going for about 5 years.
Yeah, so I'm really proud of Kim Kardashian Hollywood. It was really my first tech venture. A tech company approached me in Silicon Valley, and I was actually unsure at first. Do I want to do a video game? How would I make that authentic to me? Because when you think of a celebrity in a video game, you think of more of like a basketball game or something related to sports. So the concept was really cute, and the fact that I would have a really big say in what my character would do and wear, and a lot of it's called Kim Kardashian Hollywood, and a lot of it has to do with the clothes that the character is wearing and buying and photo shoots and everything in Hollywood. So I think it's maintained its success due to just being so involved. I think a lot of times, I can't speak for anyone that I personally know, but when you hear of all these deals, and these deals that especially celebrities do, they sometimes just put their name on it.
And then forget about it.
Yeah.
And you stay current, and you keep it current, so that actually the game is a reflection of you, it sounds like. I'm going to switch the topic to a different area now, and that is I think 250 million people, is that right, following you? When you go to bed at night, do you think about that? Because, the population of many countries in the world are not as large as your followers. So when you go home and are going to bed, do you say, like...
Now the pressure, now having that in my head.
Yeah, how...
Well, last night, I woke up at midnight being so jet lagged, and my daughter wanted to have a dance party. And so it's 2 in the morning, and she's asking me to video her, to send it to her best friend to show her new dance moves. And so she said, "Did you post that? Did you post it?" And just the thought of just, it's really fascinating. It's obviously, there's so many benefits, and then there's, some negativity as well, but just the fact that social media has evolved so much is fascinating to me, that I could easily post my dance party in the middle of the night. I'm the worst dancer, so you would not want to see this dance party on my phone. But just to know that that's even a possibility really blows my mind sometime. And I am mindful of it.
Yes, and what social media has really done is really flatten the world, right? Geography no longer matters. You can be accessing people in every time zone. So when it's midnight here in Armenia, it's actually daytime in the United States. So the reach of social media is incredibly powerful. And you really have learned, I think, over time to take advantage of that and really use it cautiously. Are you a numbers person? Do you worry about your followers potentially, leveling off? And how often do you check the numbers?
So I'm not the biggest numbers person on social media. I have realized that I am really mindful of not getting too worked up over it, because I do understand that's not the healthiest thing, is to worry about likes and engagement that way. I'm a numbers person when it comes to business and launches. I'm always available launch day to be on my Shopify account and seeing what's selling, what's not, just all the customers. I'm a numbers person in that way because I just care so much. I really want to know how a launch is going. I'm very involved that way.
Yesterday when we were together, you talked about a launch in makeup, actually, that didn't go as well as you wanted. Partly, you were saying it was because it wasn't really as authentic of what you use. Can you tell us more about that? That's a product that was not as satisfactory to you at launch.
Yeah, so I always like to do analysis of everything that I am launching, and I feel like every launch to me is really emotional. I spend time to think about the concept and the photo shoot, and because my brand is primarily direct to consumer, I feel like I have a huge responsibility to come up with the perfect campaign to the perfect product. And so sometimes, the makeup that I wear is very neutral, and I'm kind of known for wearing a nude lip all the time and a more simple eye makeup, or the very specific colors. I don't really veer off of that. So when I try to do something because I really want to, I think it's fun, and I want to do a bright color, it might not sell as well because it's just not what people see me in all the time. So I am really mindful of that going forward. I don't really get that upset about it. I just move forward. I figure out why it's not working and figure out what really does work and move on.
I'm sure everyone in the audience would like to hear how often do you launch a new product, and how much homework do you do? How much market research do you do, in fact, before you launch a new product?
So I think, I try to launch a new product monthly, and with fragrance and makeup and shapewear, I try to map it all out. Sometimes it'll be 2 products with different companies a month. But for market research, I really sometimes, it's good to see what's out there in the marketplace, but sometimes it's not beneficial to look to the right or look to the left all the time. If you just stay focused and look straight and do what you want to do, I have found that when I try to keep up with the trends, like do a trendy color, it hasn't served me as well.
But how about market research with your fans, your followers? You have this amazing access to them. Basically, yes. You have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram that you can reach them. Do you take advantage of like a focus group, a virtual focus group?
I absolutely do. That's the best part. That's what I think got me hooked to Twitter and really shaped my brand, because when I was launching my first fragrance, I tweeted, should I use this color pink, like a lighter pink or a darker pink? And I really did listen to the advice of what everyone was tweeting back to me. And I think that shaped a huge part of my brand, because I realized how important the fan base was, and that is who my brand is. I wanted to make products for them. And so I think ever since then, we've become this like unit together, making little drops of products that I really believe that they want.
Yeah, and in the world of technology, usually we use the word user base versus followers, but it's really the same thing. I mean, you're taking advantage of having access to your user base and taking their input, basically, seeking their input first and then taking their input as you shape your new products. But the cadence of launching new products seems incredibly fast-paced. bringing out something new in such, successive order.
I do plan out really far in advance, though. So
How far?
About a year. I have my yearly calendar. I just, sometimes it could be so last minute, and because it just clicks and it's right, and sometimes it's super planned out, but I try to be as planned out as possible.
And so is the yearly calendar, let's say, taking off in January, putting that together, and who are some of your most go-to, confidants, if you may, or collaborators, your executive staff in planning that calendar with you?
Yeah, so I have a really small staff of about 4 people, maybe 5, and we work really well together, and I love to have a meeting, once a week with everybody and all of our boards up.
Are they like Monday morning meetings, or how do you conduct that?
It depends on traveling and where I'm at. I mean, I'm in the office. I definitely go once a day. It's right down the street, so I'm definitely there. But I love to have meetings at my house, and just after I come back from a trip, I was super inspired by things that I saw here in Armenia, so I'll go back with some new ideas. I've thought of like 4 ideas that I'm excited about. But I love to travel. Also, when I can't think of ideas and when I feel like, what am I going to put on that calendar for a next launch, and I can't think of anything, I love to travel. And I get so many ideas traveling.
Would you mind sharing some of the ideas you said that, your time here in Armenia inspired you? Just give us a little peek into your thinking.
Well, I thought of a good fragrance. There was, I don't want to give it away because I have to still say.
I don't want you to. I don't want you to.
But
But just give us categories at least.
I think something in beauty, something major in beauty that
What do you mean major?
Just a major idea, something I haven't done before that I was inspired by yesterday, just driving down the streets of Armenia. And then I think a fragrance I would love to do with some beautiful, fragrant Armenian flowers. So.
Sounds lovely. Okay, we will be waiting for that. We'll be following you and looking for the launch.
Oh, I love you.
Well, you're going to continue to have Kim when we're done with the fireside chat, because Kim is also joining the panel that we're going to move on to. But before we do that, I want to basically ask you specifically about being in Armenia, which we just talked about, but also being at a tech conference in Armenia. How does that make you feel?
Well, I couldn't be more proud. I had to bring my kids because just being in Armenia, I've been once before, but being able to bring my sister Courtney, who had never been here before, and all of our children, and getting the opportunity to baptize them all yesterday here in Armenia means everything to us. We'll have these memories forever. So that, just on a personal trip, that means everything. We're filming my TV show here today and on this trip, so I love being able to even use some local Armenian people here to help coordinate our trip and get it all situated. So, that in itself just means everything to me to be here. When I heard they were holding the tech conference in Armenia, it wasn't even, I couldn't say yes fast enough. It was the best,
wonderful,
excuse to come here again. So thank you for having me. And I'm just so proud. There's a huge tech conference. People back at home, I think I was telling you this yesterday, someone that works for me went to go buy something at Nordstrom's and said, oh, I need this bag because I'm traveling. And the girl that worked there said, well, where are you going? And she said, oh, Armenia. And the girl that worked there said, I'm Armenian. There's this huge tech conference in Yerevan, and everyone's going, and they have all these, it's so exciting for our country. And I was so excited that just people around the world are so excited to be here, and that a huge tech conference like this is happening in Armenia. So thank you for having me. I'm so proud to be here.
As we close the fireside chat with Kim Kardashian West, I just want to say, Kim, that I am full-blooded Armenian. I grew up in Istanbul, Turkey, and lived there until I went to college. And when I went to the United States, I was trying to, talk about this region and talk about Armenia. I would tell my best friends about the food and about the culture. And, it would go in one ear, out the other. They didn't really remember much until you came to Armenia in 2015. And then all of a sudden, my friends were quoting me facts about Armenia, the ones that hadn't even paid attention to me. So thank you for what you do, for your culture, for Armenia. And now it's time. We're going to remain seated, but they are going to bring additional chairs for the rest of the panel. And when the chairs are situated, we're going to move to the end, and I'm going to invite the other panelists.
Perfect.
Hi, I'm
Actually, Monty.
Hi. Sorry about that. Sorry. Thank you very much. A round of applause, please, to Magdalena for an amazing interview as well, please. Bravo. I was going to get some chairs, going to bring on 3 more amazing panelists, so just sit tight. We'll do it as quickly as we can. Stay where you are.
And in the meantime, Kim, I'm going to give you a copy of Power Up. But my cheat sheet is in there, so I have to take it out.
Okay.
But I did autograph it for you.
Okay.
But
can I just say one thing? I had the best string cheese and lavash on the way here. That's my favorite snack at home.
So Kim, you're going to sit next to me.
Okay, let me introduce you on stage, please. Immediately now, the amazing, I've lost my glasses. 1 second.
I hope he didn't lose his glasses, but if he did, he can borrow mine.
It's Yesil Makarjana, the funding member of Salesforce. That's you, sorry. I'll start again. Voyan Hovanes, the founder of PixArt. Alexia Hanian, the co-founder of Reddit.
Okay, we can take our seat now. You have us another 55 minutes. So instead of my introducing the panelists, I thought that it would be best if they could very shortly introduce themselves. You already listened to Kim, so we will move to Hovanes and have each panelist basically talk about their background for about a minute and a half. Thank you. Hovanes?
Thank you, Magdalena. I'm a founder of PixArt, and PixArt is my 5th company. I have other successful companies before PixArt. And before starting my companies, I was a PhD student. And back in the 90s, we were teaching computers to play chess. So I was early in AI. And surprisingly, I found a lot of things in common between science and entrepreneurship. You are selecting the problems you solve. You are doing a lot of experiments, you are failing, you are learning, and you are executing. So this experience was very instrumental for my future success as an entrepreneur. Now, PixArt is one of the top most downloaded apps in the world. And by 5 years ago, I was dreaming about being the best photo editor on mobile, I think we are there now. So we are the most downloaded photo editor on mobile, and my next dream is to reach 1 billion people on Wcit.
That's a great dream. Alex?
Thanks for having me. Yerevan's been so nice to me and so welcoming. I really appreciate it. So I'm the founder of Giphy. If you've ever sent a GIF in your life, it's most likely coming from us. We are now, if you didn't, we'll talk about what we do, but we are now the second largest search engine behind Google. We serve almost 1 billion people a day and about 10 billion blah, 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 blah. Before that, though, I was in a lot of you are here are engineers. There's a lot good engineering crew here in Yerevan. So before that, I was an engineer. And after being an engineer for a while and not looking cool, I went back to art school, went to fashion school, then dropped out, and then went to 2 different art schools, got to New York. I actually went to Y Combinator with Alexis like 10 years ago.
Don't date us like that.
Okay, maybe
it was a minute ago.
It was a really, really long time ago. And I've been doing, this is my 12th startup. I've been doing this for the last 25 years.
Thank you. And now Alexis Ohanian.
Barav says, hey y'all, there's probably a few Redditors out here. I started Reddit right out of school, right on. And we sold it early. And then in 2010, I needed to get away from the Silicon Valley bubble. And I came here and lived in Armenia for 4 months. And that was my first trip here. And I was ashamed it took me that long. But I was grateful that I did, and in all the years that I keep coming back, I continue to be more impressed, more excited, more hyped, and yeah, very, very happy to be here. And thank you for being such warm recipients and hosts.
Well, all of you are multiple-time entrepreneurs. You've all started multiple companies. But what I would like to ask first is the current company that you've just started. Give me, if you wouldn't mind, and our audience, the origin story. Why are you doing what you're doing? Kim, in your case, it's your shapewear product.
Yes, I started a company called Skims, and it is shapewear and lingerie for all women. I wanted to be extremely inclusive. Usually shapewear, for me, the reason I wanted to start it was because there were a lot of styles out there that I had never seen before, and skin tone colors that didn't exist for even my skin tone. Usually shapewear comes in 1 or 2 colors, a really pale color and black. And so I would always take my shapewear and dye it with tea bags and try to get a skin tone a little bit similar to mine. So I launched Skims a few months ago with 9 different shades and completely seamless, which I hadn't seen before. So I basically like to take something that I am looking for, that I believe me and all my friends and sisters find as a necessity, and try to figure out how to make the best version of that.
Thank you very much. And Hovannes, PixArt, you started how many years ago? Tell us the origin story of that.
We started, PixArt was live in 2011, and I was in the process of selling my previous company when I saw my daughter crying. And the reason she was crying, she was 10 years old, and she shared one of her drawings in one of the social networks and get very nasty comments, and she was completely shocked. So it was kind of like father feeling about like feeling a pain for your daughter. And I want to do something. I want to create something for people like her to be not only creative but be also in a positive environment, to be surrounded by other people like her. And that's why all the philosophy of PixArt is, first of all, to lower the barriers of creativity, make it available to everyone. And second, to create a very welcoming community where people are sharing and enjoying to do art together.
Thank you. Sounds fantastic. So if you guys see a little girl crying next, you know where to direct that child. Alex, tell us, you're so many companies in your past. Tell us why you started Giphy.
So Giphy, just like Kim, was just a project I did for my friends, because there was no place to find GIFs and send them to your friends. And Google actually hadn't done that at the time either. And it started from a weird philosophical conversation about language and how, we only have a couple words for love in every language. There's maybe one emoji, but there's a million different ways to express it. And there's no way to actually send or communicate all those different types of expressions to people. So we came up with this idea of an expression search engine, some way to catalog all of the human expression in the world and then be able to take that from pop culture and media and then be able to send it to your friends or family or anyone to express exactly what type of love or feelings that you have, that you're thinking that words just aren't available to do, especially across culture. My mom doesn't speak English, so trying to communicate like the crazy frustration she has in Korean to me is like very, very difficult. We ended up building this engine, and then the whole goal from the beginning was to see if could we compete with Google from search. And when we looked at Google actually only searches about 5% of all the possible words in the dictionary. But all of the other words about love, happy, hungry, excited, all of the words that are actually words about humanity are things that no one searches Google for. And we knew that there had to be a search engine that was really not organizing the world's information, but organizing the world's expression and culture. And that was the mission of the company. And now, now after 7 years, we're the second largest search engine. Right.
That's pretty
Google.
phenomenal. And I actually didn't know that, so thank you for sharing that. So Alexis, you've done a lot of things in your life, and you are choosing to do something very different this time around. Tell us about it.
Yeah, well, it really was my experience with Reddit that helped guide why my co-founder Gary Tan and I created Initialized, which is an early stage venture capital firm. Basically, we were really lucky because in 2005, someone took a chance on a couple of college kids who didn't have any experience or any qualifications. The last thing basically I was preparing to be a lawyer, and I walked out of an LSAT to go get breakfast one morning and realized if I didn't want to take this really important test and instead would rather just get some waffles, I probably shouldn't be a lawyer. So I was pretty aimless at the time.
Early warning you had.
Yeah, I mean, it was fortuitous because it forced me to figure out like, all right, what can I do? And I was a good enough programmer that I could start building. But I didn't have the credentials. I had no business experience whatsoever aside from working at a Pizza Hut and a parking garage. And so I got a $12,000 check that changed everything. And so the way we want Initialized to thrive is by being willing to have the courage to be the first investors in a company, even when it's just a couple of relatively underqualified founders, but who have big ambitions and have demonstrated ability to execute on them. And it's something I actually realized while I was on my paternity leave. I took 4 months off to just be a dad and do dad things. And frankly, during that time, I realized I wanted to have really good dinner table stories. Because at the time before that, I'd gotten back to Reddit to help lead the turnaround. But my work with a company now at like 450 people, which is still pales in comparison to the ones next to me, but even at that size wasn't about real work anymore. It was just about executive therapy sessions. And I wanted to get closer to solving real problems so that I could come home from work every day and not tell my daughter about like, navigating between helping a GC talk to our COO, but instead about the great entrepreneurs that I got to meet. And there's plenty right here in the audience, I'm sure.
That's fantastic. Thank you. Alex, you just said something that really struck me, and that is, if I heard you correctly, you said your mom doesn't really speak English. And one of the issues for the technology companies has been localization. Before, we had to localize our software to be able to reach the world. But now that we have moved to images, a lot more expressive images that tell stories, we actually have an opportunity to reach the world. Can you elaborate a little bit on this whole concept of your mom wanting to express her frustrations with you and the tools you created for her?
So I actually have most of my friends' moms now send me random gifts. And you'll get this random gift and you had no idea that they were that funny or they were that weird. And they will spend hours searching for this thing to represent themselves because they don't really have the words. My mom's a painter and she was educated, but when she moved here when she was 30 years old, to the United States, not Armenia, that would have been cool. Then I would be speaking Armenian. She didn't have the vocabulary of which to talk to people. And just even being able to say a few words, so everyone just kind of considered her to be, a 10-year-old kid. And I remember I moved here when I was 5, to the United States, that is, and learning English was really hard. And then what we're seeing is all of these people, the expressions they have, the ability, because cinema is pretty universal now. Like even Parasite now is a Korean film that's just won at Cannes. That 20 years ago would never have been the case, right? Korean cinema was like not even a thing. There wasn't enough distribution. So we're in an era now where the creative tools are available to anyone to create content. The distribution is available to everyone. And now what we're seeing is people can use this content to express themselves all over to each other. And that is something that my mom has never had access to. So, every day we have hundreds of millions of people expressing different types of emotions to people all over the world. So I do think we're just starting, the second thing that you ever say in a conversation after hello is, how are you? But to answer that in different languages is really difficult. Answering that from my mom's point of view, she has like 2 words to express that, even though there's a million different ways to do that. And now she has tools from a lot of what Pixar and other companies are doing to express what she's feeling.
Yeah, thank you. And I think I totally agree. I think that this whole concept of not being able to express emotion in words, English is actually my 4th language. I started out with Armenian, Turkish, French, English, and I had those very same frustrations. There are a lot of words that I just can't even find in English after, knowing English for 45 years now. Hovhannes, you also are in the world of pictures. Tell us about how your user base actually uses Pixar to express emotion.
Right, so also I know like 3 languages, a little bit less like you. I know Armenian, Russian, and English. But believe me, there are more countries in the world that understand these languages. And when you go to these countries where people didn't understand your language, what do you do? You use your body language. So when you need food, you say, I need food, right? And you want a check, you say, write a check, right? And everybody understands that because it's a very universal language. People use images and visual stories to communicate since like caves, ages, and we have in our DNA to communicate through images. What we do at Pixar, we really empower everyone to create a visual story. Making visual story is a very fundamental skill. It's kind of we have in our DNA to do that. When we are kids, we do lots of creativity, and we want to provide fun tools, not only just powerful tools, but fun tools for people to not only create, but also have fun with creating that and have a lot of practice and gamified experience versus going like 6-month courses on Photoshop, enjoy and do it for fun and learn skills, and then use this storytelling in your personal or business life.
Yeah, thank you. Kim, when we were doing the fireside chat, you talked about how important image is for your new product rollouts, for your products, and actually how personally you get involved with the image, with the logo, with the colors, etc. So you obviously agree with the panelists that, in fact, visual is really important. Has there been a visual that you really feel really made a big difference that you worked on? And if not, just tell us, how do you actually decide what visual to go with?
Well, I obviously, I think a huge part of my career has been image, and through social media apps, I use Pixar, I use GIFs. I mean, I think if you're in the social media world and you have a brand that really is, especially my brand, relies a lot on me. So it is there is a lot of pressure to find the right expression to, for me, in my case, let's talk about maybe Skims. I wanted the brand to be really known for inclusivity, and so to find the perfect photographer to capture the perfect emotion of what I wanted to say, that first time out to the world that I presented it on Instagram was really kind of your make it or break it. To me, I think the first impression is really important, and you have to really take the time to figure out what you want that brand to be. And like I said, my team's a really small team. It's about 4 or 5 people, and we come up with every idea really ourselves. We don't outsource any agency, so we understand that image is really everything, but we rely on inspiration from maybe gifs that we see or edits that we see, or even like I was mentioning earlier, just traveling around the world to get different perspectives on images. So images are extremely important, and I take them extremely seriously. When I post things on Instagram, I'm very mindful of what I post and what image it is, whether I use an app to express that, or an editing image app to express that. I think if you are very serious about your brand, you have to be extremely serious about the images that you put out.
Because we live in such a visual world these days. Alexis, now you are a venture capitalist investor, so you look at a lot of different companies. And I wanted to ask you, what do you think the next wave is going to be on image tools?
Well, agreeing with all the panelists here, we live in this visual age. I remember being a kid in grade school looking and learning about like Egyptian hieroglyphics and thinking like, how did they communicate all of that with just a few symbols? And now I see a GIF and it can tell an entire story, and an emoji can tell an entire story, and it's like, oh, okay, so this makes a lot more sense now. I really think we've reached a kind of sort of peak social, and I think the reason we're seeing a proliferation of more community-driven apps is because we've all kind of reached a saturation point in a lot of ways. We're going to look for networks. I mean, not unlike your daughter crying because of the commentaries she got. I think we've all now got social media ubiquity, and the platforms that get me most excited, the ones that I think are going to grow the most in the next 10 years, are actually ones that give us a sense of community and a shared space for whatever that is, whether that's talking about our favorite sports team or creating art together. I think that's where all of this goes, and I do think the format is going to be very visual, whether it is images or moving images, video. That's absolutely where it's at, and don't even get me started. As 5G rolls out, that just becomes a no-brainer, because we'll have so much bandwidth wherever we go for whatever videos or live content we want.
Thank you. Earlier in the fireside chat, Kim and I talked about growing a user base, growing a follower base. I wanted to hear from you guys as to what are some of the user acquisition strategies that you feel are going to actually make a difference going forward. As an investor, one of the worries that I used to have when I was a venture capitalist was I didn't want to invest in a company for all that money to go to Facebook and Google, right? I mean, I wanted to have my dollars that got invested to be used in a much more efficient way. So, yet we live with our user acquisition numbers, our monthly active users, etc. So what as an entrepreneur founder, what are your tools? What do you have, and what would you like to have to be able to grow your user base or your follower base?
Yeah. So as a startup, especially when you're on an early stage of your startup, acquiring first users are super important, because later on you can learn, you can have data, you can optimize, but you need first users. And to get these first users, almost every startup I know, they use different growth hacking tactics. I can tell you one of the funny stories of our early growth hackings we have. if you remember on Android, there was a very early Android store. They have a section called recent apps or updates. And in order to get to the top of the list, you need to submit your app Friday midnight, basically, and then you get a very high chance to be on the top of the list. So you stay there for almost a week, like on top of the list. So we decided to do like release every week, and we stay like nights just to make this sharp deadline to deliver our app by Friday night.
So you'd hack the system.
Yeah, we hacked the system, yes. It's not possible anymore. They take this down, but that was like growth hacking tactics we have. And there are lots of things you do when you are early and you don't have money and budget to do more expensive marketing. And that's why we get our early customers, or users.
Thank you. Any more comments?
I was just going to add to what Alexis was saying earlier. We know that about 2 years ago, time spent on messaging past time spent on social, meaning most of the social platforms are in decline and messaging is now taking off. Mark Zuckerberg even said that in 2017. He said all of the growth in Facebook is going to be in private stories and messaging. So that's where everybody is right now. And that's a good thing, I think, because social media was supposed to be about bringing people towards conversation, bringing community, and it quickly became not that, right? And what we're seeing is messaging now is where people are having conversations. And more people having conversations, like on Twitter, on Instagram, everywhere. I think one of the cool things about Kim's platform is she'll put a post out, and that's cool, it's good content, but really from a technology point of view and from what I'm doing, seeing the million people having a conversation and millions of different parts of conversations about totally random things, she is a catalyst for this entire community to talk about every aspect of their lives. And that, I think, is the future, and that's where, when we talk about user acquisition, you have to go where people are, and people are really in messaging and conversations. And if you can build products around that, that builds better community, that lets people talk to each other more effectively, that helps a lot of the problems that social media has brought onto the world today.
So thank you. Yeah, taking advantage of basically the conversation that actually users start amongst themselves. Yes, Alexis.
My only growth hack, some of you may know this, in 2005 when we were starting out, because Reddit is all usernames, if you saw any of the posts in the first 4 months of Reddit, even though it looked like a bunch of different people, it was just me with different usernames. So it would look, wait.
Now he tells us.
Are you applauding for the cleverness of the hack? Or, okay, all right, well, they're not fake anymore. They're mostly real now. But I will also, because of what Alex said, it just underscores a bigger point, which is the genius of what you've done, Kim, is you and few others have actually started to get some of the value back that you've given platforms like Instagram. And the reality is there's so much that's locked in there that you and your community are responsible for that I think it's going to be interesting to see in the next 10 years as that evolves, because that's real value. That community and being able to activate it is what is bringing so much value to these platforms that aren't doing a very good job managing it. And so I know Zuck and others are trying to find a way to evolve, but I'm longer on the people who actually have the community, because you can bring them with you to new platforms as they emerge.
So So you open up the topic of monetization, right? I mean, yes, a personality like Kim Kardashian West being on a platform obviously brings a lot of value to that platform. But then how does Kim Kardashian West and her company actually monetize? In your world, you're selling both online and offline. We have multiple models. We have premium, we have crowdfunding, where actually people say, yes, I'm going to invest in this product before the product comes out. Have you tried any of those kinds of more creative models outside selling in basically online to your customers?
I haven't. I mean, I think my model is just, different because I'm selling an actual product. So, I mean, basically just through the products that I sell is how I can profit off of social media and my direct-to-consumer business. But I think the trickier part is like I haven't really had to think about the users because I've just made my brand a part of my life. And so the balance is also, I don't think my fan base just wants to see things that I'm selling. They want to see that part of my world, and so they feel invested because maybe they saw on my show that I was fighting with my sister over a specific fragrance, and so now they feel really invested when the fragrance comes out. So it kind of all goes together. And then as a businesswoman, the joy that I have so much inside is when I have products that just sell when I obviously love the people that are invested in the fans, but someone that might actually not be a fan and might stumble across my product or get it as a gift, and then they genuinely love the product and become
how
a
they
fan
discover.
that way. Yeah, it makes me really happy when I hear different stories of people just really enjoying the product, maybe not even knowing that I'm attached to the product.
That's fantastic. Any other ideas on monetization? Alexis, you're the venture capitalist, so you are watching how actually entrepreneurs can monetize their ideas.
I think it's interesting. There's few platforms really get to scale unless the people who run and own those platforms deeply understand their users and know when is too much and when is it time to ask. And I think we're seeing more and more creative ways to bring money into the conversation that feels communal. A good example, like a company like Twitch that brought tipping to a Western audience for a live stream is a way for someone who is a streamer, and I'm not an investor, I'm buddies with Twitch guys, but no bias here. They really popularized for Western audiences this idea of, oh look, I'm entertaining you, and people will give money in real time simply for the acknowledgement within the tribe, within the community of viewers, that Fluffy Bunny 64 gave $5 to this streamer. And Fluffy Bunny 64 isn't even a government name, I hope, but it still has value and meaning, and they're willing to take hard-earned money, give it to a streamer who's there, whether they're playing video games or doing a makeup tutorial, and wanting to demonstrate that and sort of flex their kind of generosity in front of the community, and everyone is happy about it. The platform is thrilled, Twitch gets a percentage, they're happy. The streamer is happy because it's paying their bills, and they give a shout out and say, oh, thank you, Fluffy Bunny, appreciate that. And Fluffy Bunny is thrilled. And I think we're going to see more and more creative ways to monetize as new platforms emerge that let everyone win. Because, I mean, that's what at the end of the day software and the internet can do really well, is have supply meet demand. Cameo is another one that's just popped up. Again, I have no vested interest in it, but they're coming up with really creative models that we never really would have imagined even 5 or 10 years ago, because the technology evolves and people are creative. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there are fundamentally two models where you either provide your product for free and then you monetize using advertisement, or you ask your users to pay. And back like early days, advertisement was the most popular one because of Instagram and Facebook. So there was venture capital wants to have large scale ups with more free and monetized through the advertisement. I see last 2 years there is a fundamental change in that model, and today we see more and more successes on a subscription model. So apps like us and our competitors, and mostly in our segment, start monetizing by providing some premium features on top of the free. Although we provide lots of basic and free features, we start monetizing by providing some premium tools on top. I believe in long term it's good for end users, because when you do advertisement business, your customer is another advertiser, so another company, not the user. You're thinking about them, not our users. When you do subscription business, you think about your business first, because you want to provide value. The value when users are ready to pay. So that is long term, I think, although we are asking users to pay, but they will benefit more because they will get better product.
Absolutely. I think when someone is willing to put their money where their interest is, it shows they get value, and that's exactly what I think happens with your products, Kim. I want to change the discussion now and elevate it and go into some of the headier topics like public policy. Okay? We in the tech world sometimes get a bad name because we're doing what is very fulfilling at the moment, but we are criticized that we don't have a big enough lens in understanding how our technology might affect the future. Most technologists really want no government involvement whatsoever. We want to self-monitor. We feel we're smart enough to be able to do that. But I think the last 12 months or last 24 months have shown us that that doesn't always work. So curious to get your thoughts on self-monitoring of technology companies, especially content producers like you guys have all been in the content business. Now, how do you do that? Any ideas, Kim or Alexis? Let's start with either one of you.
Sure. I think we have seen when it works and when it doesn't. We had our own scandal in 2014. It was the reason I actually came back to lead the turnaround of Reddit, because the then CEO had defended revenge porn. That was his last act as CEO, and we swiftly removed him. And then we implemented a policy that would say, and couched in the language of privacy, that we respected the privacy of our users as well as just people of the internet, and if non-consensual pornography was posted, we would take it down. Seems like a no-brainer, but until that point, none of the social media platforms actually had a policy in place. And at the time, this was becoming a more and more rampant problem, certainly in the US and probably abroad. And states were trying to craft legislation and were trying to do things because it was a real issue. And that was one scenario where the platforms took too long, but still got their act together and now have effectively policed it. And every platform from Twitter to Google, everyone else followed suit with a similar policy, and it's effectively been halted. And so God forbid if one of those photos gets submitted there, it does get taken down promptly, immediately, and the user is banned, etc. And so I think there are instances where we see the tech community often too slow, but do a good job policing itself, or sort of good enough. But I think the reality of what we've now seen in the last few years is the effect and scale and impact that these platforms have, not just in the US, where it definitely does, but also abroad in countries with much less developed media ecosystems, is very real. And there is a responsibility that comes with that, especially when content is being shared to promote hate or worse. And so I think this is going to be a very interesting next couple of years in the US. I do believe government has a role, absolutely, in protecting its citizens. I get worried when there aren't technologists in the room to help them craft that, because then they start making decisions that are ostensibly going to do good, but actually end up doing more harm in the long term because of unforeseen consequences. And it's the same reason if you're going to go into surgery, you want to talk to as many surgeons as you can, or doctors, before you do it. Likewise, I would love to see more technologists at the table when these things are being discussed. And I would like to see less of situations where sitting senators are asking Mark Zuckerberg, what is your business model? Because that is dumb. Like, you should have done the homework before the meeting to know what the business model of Facebook was, for instance.
No question about that. I think that was really a very sad moment for the United States Congress. Yeah. Having said that, I also think that us technologists have the responsibility to educate the lawmakers and make them understand. How much time do you guys, Alex and Hovhannes, spend on actually monitoring content?
Quite a bit, actually. So, as a pretty large search engine, this happened in the first year, and we have an entire team dedicated to moderation, also editorial, because we would do searches for things like women or men, and if 1 billion people a month are searching for women on your search engine and looking for visual representation of what women are, you need to be able to represent a worldwide view. So we had an entire team come in, and we made a call as a company not to optimize for click-through rates, so more and more people clicking on things like the way the internet works. And we had a team that came in and made a very inclusive, diverse, and someone wrote about it, representation of men, women, children, of pretty much every topic that you could see in culture. And we're not doing the best job yet. I mean, we tried their best, and I think we're better than most everyone on the internet, but I think having technologists in the room is great, but we also need cultural philosophers in the room in tech companies, because we're just making this up. Like when people ask, is this a good page that represents the term like happy or love? We don't know. We're just a bunch of engineers trying to figure out, this is what 100 million people will send the next hour to represent love to everyone they know. What should those images be? And that's a lot of responsibility we have. And it has to be multicultural. It has to be representative of, it can't just be a bunch of white dudes representing love to everyone, right? Like maybe in Silicon Valley. So that responsibility falls on us, and we spend a lot of time on it. So we in the very beginning we decided not to have any adult content. We wanted to be kid safe. We wanted to be representative of culture, but honestly, it's a very hard problem because as technologists, we aren't the best people to say what is appropriate for culture. But governments aren't the best people to say that either. We don't actually have experts telling us what we should be doing. Just
what you're
mostly
basically
criticizing
saying
us
is
when
we need more social scientists.
We do. We need academics.
More philosophers.
In technology, I think every startup should have academics, social philosophers that are part of the technology. There should be a new job called Chief Social Officer or something. That is someone and this is, all my PhD friends are like, yes, I need a job. But we need those people because we're not the best people to be making this policy.
Excellent point. Havanas, you live in a world where actually people get to change each other's art. So in fact, overseeing that becomes even more complicated.
Right. We have a special form of creativity called remixes. It's similar to music when you take music and then you personalize it and create your own stuff on top of that, and you basically own a new form of content. So the same we do with pictures. We allow people to play with pictures, and it really lowers the barriers for creativity, because it's much easier to start with content than with the blank page. I think blank page is the biggest killer for creativity. So we don't want that. And as you remember, we have the company started because of my daughter, and I really want to be a safe place for people like her, and not only safe but also positive. It's the whole sentiment of network should be positive and encouraging. And going back to your questions about the policy and regulations, I think what we really need is definitions. We don't want to invent our own way of thinking which is bad or good. It would be good to have, like as you said, the social people in the government maybe to really understand the social networks and help us to define what is fake news, what is bad thing, what is good thing, versus us to decide. We can do that, but sometimes we will be wrong, and if we are wrong, then people will blame us. So we don't want that. We want to have a very explicit rules, explicit definitions, and then we can play with that rules.
And how often are you actually bringing down content?
Oh, we have an AI actually, which is doing like 80% of the job, taking like all the pornography and adult content, and then we have moderators which are monitoring 24/7 to make sure there is no any offensive stuff going to the public.
So Kim, on this panel, you probably are the most expert in managing the content, because you told us that you actually take a personal interest in it. You really believe that it's a reflection of you. You are the actual product, so everything you do is a reflection of you. You also told us that you actually really monitor content. Have there been close calls in your past where you kind of debated with yourself if you should post something or not? I mean, you were giving us a little example of last night, the dance party in your hotel room, but if you could share a little bit more with us.
Yeah, well, I also think that the beauty of social media is you get to also be yourself. So there hasn't really been anything that I have posted and thought about it and then deleted. I'm always pretty confident in my decision of what I'm going to post. I think that people evolve in life, and you know, now that I'm a mom, my choices of what I would post today might not be what I would have posted 4 years ago. And you know, I think that something that everyone has to be cautious about is that once you do post it, it's posted forever. So, I mean, I definitely have been well aware of, you know, maybe things that I would have posted before that would have been racier than what I would be comfortable posting now. But I still always know that people have phases in their lives, and if you scroll down, let's just say on Instagram, and you can see where, if I'm talking about me in particular, where I might have been at when I started Instagram to how I got extremely confident, and then I got a little bit more shy, and then I can see my moods when I look through my page, and I also think there's beauty in that too, because you can see people's evolutions, I can see my product evolutions, I can see everything down to like logo details and colors that I maybe would have used before that I wouldn't use now because I, feel like I've evolved in my taste palette, or maybe things that nobody would ever even notice because I'm very detail oriented. But I also find, beauty in all of that too, that you can look through someone's yearbook of the last however long since they've logged on to social media and see people's personalities and personality changes and growth, and there's beauty in all of that too. But there is, I kind of have two different, I'm not really certain on my opinion of, sometimes I feel like there's this pressure to what you should post and censor that, because I think you should be who you are and post what you want to post and not feel like there's the pressure of everyone looking. But then I switch and kind of think, okay, well, what would I want my kids to see? And I flip back to, well, there is a responsibility. So I don't have a definite answer on
No,
what
I think that's a great answer. And actually, the point you made,
it's a feeling.
it's a lot of people, I think, don't realize the permanence of posting on the internet.
I do.
And I do think that as technologists, we need to actually bring up that education level, especially for the younger people, for your daughter, for people who are so excited in the moment and want to communicate their feelings, but it might not be appropriate for them 15, 20 years later. Having said that, maybe it's fantastic to have that blog, right? You actually see how you've evolved.
I go back and forth with that, but what I think is the most important is how you all have expressed seeing comments that have taken you to a place that if you weren't a strong person, they might really affect you. And not everyone, you can see a million comments and then you'll see one bad comment and it can ruin your day. So I think it's also letting people express themselves the way that they want to, maybe an expression of photos, but it's teaching people. I mean, the one thing that I try to teach my kids, and it's my most important thing, is just to be kind. And I would never allow someone that I know to speak negatively about someone and leave a nasty comment. So it's also just, goes back to comment control and figuring out how to not let that negativity in your lives, because there are people and really delicate souls that aren't as strong as some people that can handle that, and it's just so unnecessary. It really is.
Yeah, and especially very good. in the formative years of young people who feel that their net worth is actually derived from the number of likes or the comments. I think that is, again, something that us as technologists can really help educate and maybe even monitor. I'm going to now switch to a totally different kind of conversation, and I'd love, in rapid, whatever way you want to respond, but fairly rapidly, let's start with advice to your younger self. Since we're on the topic of your younger self, it's a question that I get asked very often, and sometimes it kind of stops me in my own seat. But if you could give advice to your younger self, Alexis, what would it be?
Keep programming. I was programming in high school and college, but I would have done even more, and I loved my history degree, and I'm grateful for it. My business degree I could have done without, and I definitely would have studied computer science instead. And it's the biggest thing. I went to 82 universities after my book came out so that I could go and tell every college student I could that learning to code was the new literacy, and it is the modern superpower, and all of the best tutorials are freely available online, and there has never been a thing this valuable that's also so free to learn. So please, 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 especially because Armenia is going to be such a natural place for tech to continue to thrive, please, if you know a little kid, get them to code. Send her to Tumo, please. We already got the foundation here with chess, right? The K through 12 chess, like it's in our blood, right? That is such a great foundation for learning to program. But that would be the number one advice I'd give myself.
And I want to add to that. I want to say that if you're studying computer science, if you're studying electrical engineering or any other kind of engineering, I believe the most important thing is to stay in the program. Do not quit. Do not feel like if you got a C, you should not be in there because you don't have the chops. I think getting those degrees, understanding that the world is really being defined by technology, hanging in there, it's totally okay to get a C-, but graduate.
And once you graduate, like I went to engineering school, once you graduate, then you can find out that you actually don't want to do engineering and then pay for your own art school. And then
Is that what happened, Alex?
Totally, I paid my way through art school because it's really expensive to go to art school. But after post-engineering school, engineering's hard, but it's really gratifying.
No question, it's hard.
But it is super gratifying. I mean, I use engineering every day in some way. People don't really realize that graphic design and designing, they're all just solving the same problems. It's actually the same thing if you've done both of them. You're just taking a problem and solving it. And anyone who's doing that in business or engineering, the medium is just different. Musicians do that, mathematicians do that, and it's just a way of thinking, so it's more just being educated. To answer your question on what I would tell myself, I tell myself all the time lots of things. But
this is your younger self.
Yeah, I tell myself, my younger self, you shouldn't have done that. But the number one thing I learned was, it's just going to be okay. I feel like, especially youth right now, I have a niece and I have a lot of young friends, and they're so stressed out because of the world, and there's so much pressure from social media. Not only do you have to be popular in your high school, you have to be popular in every high school because all of them are connected by Instagram. And so everyone is so stressed and has so much anxiety. Are they going to have a job? Politics, the world, climate change. It'll be okay. Like, we had the same problems when I was growing up. It'll be fine, like just every day. And as long as you know that it's going to be fine, then you have some hope that you can be a part of the change and make a difference. I really wouldn't want people to give up and not see that there's hope in the future. The future is going to be crazy, and I hope I'm around to see it.
Yeah, and just to add to that, you don't need to be Mark Zuckerberg. You do not have to define success for yourself by a certain age. In fact, most people have amazing careers and they find their stride after 40, 50, 60. and keep going. So do not give yourself a timeline and make yourself feel like a failure because you have just turned 30 or 35 and feel like you didn't achieve the success. Keep going because life is a long marathon.
Yeah. First of all, I want to say I strongly support Alexis on his statement. I think having coding skills super important. I code my first products and first couple of startups. I was the main developer and engineer for the company. And I know there's in this room there are many startups, entrepreneurs there, or to-be entrepreneurs. And I believe coding skills will be super important for you guys. Because it's hard to find good engineers anyway, and it's going very expensive either. So if you want to lower the barrier to entry and create your minimal viable product, like a small product, I think you should probably learn coding, or at least you should understand how to do that to hire the best engineers. Talking about myself is also kind of similar to Alex. I would say take it easy. When you are starting, when I was starting my first company, I didn't realize how much stress would be down the road. But you should enjoy the journey. You should enjoy the journey, and you should enjoy even more than the outcome. Because you are going to have a lot of stress. And stress, you should take it easy, because even if it's the worst day in your life, you think like this, like it's the end of your startup, you are just closing the door. There will be another day, and then you can regain and you can have another success.
Very good. And Kim?
Yeah, I don't really live my life, when talking to my younger self, I don't really live my life with regrets. I think we all do stupid things when we're young, but I think I just echo the sentiment of everybody else, is just, we're all gonna make mistakes, so just don't be hard on yourself. And how we were talking earlier about winging it in life, I'm 38. I started law school at 37. It's really never too late to do what you want to do, and you can do anything that you really want to do. So, have fun in those mistakes that you're making. Make sure that they're worth it, and have fun in life, and wing it a little bit.
Wing it is the lesson. Fantastic lesson. Okay, so next I'm going to ask a question that I was asked when I spoke at the Commonwealth Club. And maybe it's my most favorite question of all of my speaking engagements. And that is, if you could come up with just one idea to change the world, just one idea, and it can be completely fantastic, meaning fantasy. It doesn't have to be based in reality. What would it be? And before I ask my panel, I'll tell you what I said. I was just asked this, and I was given 30 seconds to come up with something, or 30 seconds to give my answer. And I thought, and I said, the one idea that I think would really change the world was if men could get pregnant and nurse babies. If that could happen, the world would be a very different place. So with that, I'd love to hear what you all think. The one idea, and it can be total blue sky, it doesn't have to be based in reality, that you would like to change the world.
Wow.
Well, mine, if something just comes off the top of my head, mine was thinking more of US, because we have the worst prison system in the world. So if I could get rid of most of prisons, if I'm just talking about WISH, and have rehab centers and mental health institutions that would house people that really need it, I think that would change a lot in the US.
Thank you for saying that. And I do believe it would change it all over the world, because what happens when you come out of prison? You basically have been in an environment that hasn't prepared you for life after prison. So thank you for your work, Kim, and thank you for saying that.
As a technologist, my dream also technology related. So I wish the visual storytelling became as natural as writing, and even be like connected to your brain. So the way you visualize in your brain, you can easily create an image and show it to the world. Because we have a lots of things here, and ability to convert this to the visual story will be the best things you can have in your life, I guess.
So when I feel love towards my mom, actually, I can actually project the GIF, and my mom can see it, and she knows exactly what I feel for her. Thank you.
Oh, wow, that's like a very deep and question that has a lot of responsibility to it.
No pressure.
Yeah, no pressure.
You can sit it out if you want.
No, like this is like, you can't sit this one out. Like, you have to be a part of the solution, right? So for me, you know, if you're gonna give me that, it has to be about poverty, right? And it has to be about freedom of people. And I think if it's not actually, I don't actually think technology is going to solve any of that. What's going to solve it is a financial system that's not capitalism. It's going to be a social system that's not built around how we idolize some of the institutions that we have now. We need a new form of government that is a global government that's going to allow technology and other things to happen, but without oppressing people around the world. You know, half the people in the world aren't going to be watching this because they don't have access to the internet. So how do we bring all of those people back into what we're doing here? And I think the change is not going to come from the technologists. It's going to come from governments. So the invention that I would invent is a new type of government, if I could. Oh, that's hard.
Now that's a big one.
That was a heavy question, sorry.
Jeez. Okay, well, the one that my mind went to is not as big as I hoped it would be, but I think all of my success as an entrepreneur, an investor, friend, husband, son, all of those things, I mean, there have been plenty of failures too, but when it has worked, has been because of an understanding of a empathy. And if I could truly feel, if anyone could truly feel how another person feels, maybe this solves the male misunderstanding around pregnancy and all of that responsibility and pressure and awesomeness that it confers on a woman who is pregnant. But maybe it also helps us better understand the people whose lives are ruined by our broken prison system, the people who truly know fear and pain and helplessness because they are left out of the economic system. Maybe that helps us better understand one another if we can really, really deeply, just magically empathize and literally feel someone's pain when they're hurt. I know, like all the times that I have screwed up have usually stemmed from not understanding that, whether that's been with my wife or whether that's been with a company. And those are also the areas where I've learned the most, in part because I hurt from knowing that pain of not understanding. And when I got close to feeling what they felt, is where I found the most growth myself. Just like when I'm at the gym and I'm pushing some extra weight and it hurts a little, like that is where growth comes from that pain.
Thank you very much, all of you, because these are really heady questions, and I appreciate you hanging in there and answering. We have about 2 minutes left, so very little time. This has been a very fun session. So before we leave each other, what I would love to hear from you is back to the entrepreneur, back to doing business, and the one business that you wish you could have done out there, the one that got away. You know, sometimes you look at a company and say, gosh, that's such a great idea. Or you look at a product and say, gosh, that's such a great idea. I wish I had done it. In real rapid succession, because we don't have much time. Who's going to jump in first?
I mean, there's so many, right? Like inventing the computer, everything. I don't know. Instagram. There's so many. One of their companies. I wish I thought of it.
Kim, you're very, very politically correct. Very good answer. Hovandes.
When I watched Steve Jobs introducing iPhone, I was thinking, wow, this thing is going to change the world. And that, it really does. And this is probably the biggest invention which happened during my lifetime, which changed the life of so many people. I wish I was that guy, but.
Thank you. Alex.
It's going to sound a little weird, but I think the greatest invention that I wish I could have done is the postal service. Before the internet, for thousands of years, people had been able to communicate globally through this decentralized network that could withstand wars and famine. And you can take a piece of paper and deliver it to anyone in the world within a few days. And all the governments are backing this. This is like a very public good. The United States backs it with government money. The entire postal service is, I think, still by far the most interesting network of communication ever built. I think it'll probably outlast the internet. So if I could have worked on that, that would have been great. Postmaster.
Alex, I think you surprised all of us. And Alexis.
I mean, there is a laundry list of companies I wish I had invested in that I missed. The thing that I got to live a little vicariously through, thanks to social media and all of you, was the revolution. And I know it's not a company, but damn, like, edge of my seat, excited and so proud and so amazed. And I wish I could say that I actually had a role in it. I had none aside from a few retweets, but that is it.
Very good. Well, thank you very much for being such an amazing audience. I want to also thank all my panelists. It's not every day that you get to sit on a panel with someone who has 250 million followers. So thank you for agreeing to be part of this panel. And Kim, specifically for you, thank you for making the trip all the way out to Armenia to be part of this. Thank you, everybody, and have a great rest of the day.
Thank you.
God, let's hear it. One more time, just raise the roof, please. Sorry, that's the next. One more cheer, please, for Kim Kardashian West. Thank you, everybody. Just to let you know that Alexis will be speaking on his own at 2 p.m. and we'll be having the startup pitch competition in about 5 or 6 minutes. So please don't leave us. Thank you very much indeed.
Well, most certainly leave the doing. Do it undone. Come on undone. Come on undone. We are doing, and we are screwing.
how are you getting on? Who reads TechCrunch here? Sorry, say that again. Okay, good. It's good to hear that we've got some of our 15 million readers. Well, it's my pleasure to do this lightning round. At TechCrunch, we call this the battlefield. Similar kind of scenario. You have startups pitching, and we've got a nice selection for you here. But let me tell you something about this competition. So they're exploring new startups at WCIT today, at 2019. And it's all about entrepreneurship. For the first time in 40 years, WCIT 2019 Yerevan is going to host 3 sets of lightning rounds with showcasing fast-forward technologies from startups, companies, universities, and individuals. These were selected from over 100 companies who applied from more than 13 countries. And the Business Angel Network of Armenia passed these companies on to the next stage of the competition. And there were some fantastic judges from Neil Bansay from BNP, Caroline T. Seward from Intel, Ram Levy from Confidus, selected these. And eventually, now you're going to see some of them today. There was a competition yesterday, as you remember, and so this is the continuation of that. And I think in particular, we've got to acknowledge that the Armenian Tech Community Prize will total, get this, drum roll, $105,000. Not bad. And the first place winner will get the prize of $25,000. Second place, $10,000. So, all 6 winners will be announced during the closing ceremony, so make sure you're around for that. Let's hear from our jury. When I say your name, please stand up and say hello to the crowd and to the cameras at the back. First of all, is Miguel on the jury? I don't think Miguel. Miguel, no, Miguel's been swapped out. Dr. Kelly Mullick. Kelly, stand up. Kelly. Dr. Kelly Mullick is Intel Chief of Staff with Data Center Solutions. Let's also see Steve Chan, who is the former VP, CIO, Chief Strategist for the IBM Safer Planet and Smarter Cities Division. Did a speech today, I think, or yesterday. Nikhil Nayab, who's the Global Head, Payments, Innovation and Blockchain with Conduent. Dr. Mikhail Vadian of PixArt, Chief Product Officer, Local Success Story. Arthur Vey Loyan, who is CEO of Bitcoin Swiss. And finally, Caroline Winnett, I think, yes, is Executive Director with UC Berkeley Skydeck. Awesome, thank you. UC Berkeley, fantastic accelerator there with Skydeck. So, without further ado, now let's hear from our first company. Big round of applause, please, for Appear Me, presented by Armen Margarin, who is CEO and co-founder. Come on up.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Yerevan. Welcome to my hometown. Today I'm here to tell you 2 surprising facts about attorneys. Everyone hates us, but everyone wants their kid to grow up and become an attorney. Second is that we're humans. We get overbooked, we get overworked, and we miss court appearances. We cannot make it because we're just too busy to go, or some other reasons. And appearance attorneys are the professionals who cover for us when we cannot make it. They form the $8.5 billion industry of appearance attorneys. By taking over only 15% of the industry, we can make $1.3 billion annually. There are several problems that we solve. First of all, the 2 to 6 hour grueling part of finding an appearance attorney now takes only 60 seconds to complete. Before Appear Me, if you needed an appearance attorney before 24 hours of your hearing, there was no other solution. You're stuck. You cannot make it to court. And finally, appearance attorneys can double their bookings for the court and actually get paid for the work they do. So how do we do it? We use our web and mobile application that is driven on an AI-based mechanism to match attorneys on the most efficient way possible. So a little about us now. We're a Berkeley Skydeck accelerator company. We are active in 13 states. We're growing at 20% rate month to month for the past 12 months. Recently, we have integrated with the largest case management software company in the US and Canada, who has over 150,000 attorney members. But we found out that in California, we had more attorneys than they did, and they've been in business for over 10 years. So social impact. We're making big difference in the world by making legal services more affordable. We push legal jobs out of the major metropolitan areas, and by saving, we can save up to $1.5 billion to the court system by reducing the number of canceled cases and hearings that take place in court every single day. It's not working, okay. Beyond court appearances, today we cover depositions, court reporters, and court interpreters, as well as we connect thousands of freelance attorneys together. Further, we plan to integrate with the court system and revolutionize the way it works. We plan to open up AppearMe to the consumer market, which is a multi-billion-dollar market on its own. And we're going to build the largest professional network for lawyers and litigation support providers in the world. It's not working. AppearMe was founded by my brother and I. We're both litigators, and we always cover for each other. Until one day it happens that we were on different continents, we could not make it to court, and we could not find anybody to appear for us. But our real heroes are our 30-member-based team, mostly out of Armenia, who are always there for us 24/7. 70% female. Our team is moving fast, experiments daily. We break things, we build things, and we revolutionize the appearance and, in general, the legal industry. We're in the process of starting a small round of fundraising to reach our next milestone. So if anyone is interested, you're welcome to talk to us. Thank you.
Thank you, AppearMe. Big round of applause. So, judges, we have a couple of minutes for questions, if you have any. Just pick the mic up in front of you and let's get some questions. A couple of questions. You've got a couple of minutes. Go for it.
Hi, Armin. Can you please share, so many different states have different requirements for passing the bar and becoming an attorney. So if I am a client in Oregon or in Washington, how do I know I'm going to get matched with an attorney that meets all the legal requirements to represent me?
First of all, AppearMe is only available for attorneys at this time. Once we open up to the consumers, each person residing in the given state will be able to find an AppearMe in their state. When we sign up attorneys, we go through a due diligence process where we make sure not only they're licensed in that given state, but there have no derogatory actions against them, there are no investigations against them, because from time to time it happens, and we have a very high, actually out of 10,000 lawyers that applied, only 4,000 are active in our system now.
So Armin, I had a different question. In looking at the score sheet, global impact is pretty heavily weighted. So how would you have global impact with the solution you're building and the company you're building?
Well, first of all, it's a major issue that only metropolitan areas have jobs, and people outside of the, let's say, San Francisco or Los Angeles area, they're struggling. What we do, we push jobs through our freelance attorney module, for example, where an attorney in Nevada State, California, now is busier than before. I don't know, other things is that court systems, we save $1.5 billion to the court system just because 20% of hearings are being canceled every day. Instead of 10 attorneys, only one person has to drive to court and back. That reduces traffic in the court downtown areas tremendously. And actually all this environmental and impact on the court system and how much the state will save is being picked up by USC School of Public Policy, and they will give us a final report by December.
Thank you very much. Appear me.
Thank you.
Run out of time for questions. Thank you very much. Next up, let's hear it from Embry Tech, Armenia. And to pitch that is Sargis Karapetyan, co-founder and CEO. Come on up. Come on up, sir. Come on. We're just getting the slides up. Here they come. Let's... Gotta have the walk-on music, you know. Get it up. Come on then, Sargis. Come on, let's do it!
Heart disease, cancer, diabetes. One of the things they all have in common is they can be affected by obesity.
There are 1.6 billion overweight people in the world. People spend over $200 billion annually on weight loss. However, 70% of people who lose weight within 1-2 years regain more weight than they had lost. We discovered why people regain weight. First, they lose the consistency of weighing and recording after and even during the weight loss program. The problems are many. Finding a time, doing it every day, discouraging to see the numbers, you name it. Second, weight regain happens slowly and unnoticed. To stop these yo-yo cycles, we invented Embry. Embry is a smart shoe insole which automatically tracks body weight, physical activity with 99% consistency, helps people maintain weight loss and lead healthy lives. Embry weight tracking insole combines a smart scale, activity tracker, and wellness coach. $3.7 billion will be spent in 2020 only on activity trackers for weight loss. Currently we have MVP with utility patent pending and ongoing first batch of production. Also, we did 1,000 surveys, 70 interviews, and got 250 signups. Meanwhile, we are talking to weight loss shoe and insole companies as a potential partners for distribution. One of our signups is the CEO of Wcit. It's a weight loss app with 20 million users in United States. And just last night, we did demo for Alexis Ohanian. He's waiting for his payers, and he will introduce us to his portfolio shoe company, Atoms. My co-founder and I have been working together in design and engineering for the last 9 years. Our third co-founder is BizDev and nutritionist with 16 years of experience. Our advisory board consists of professors and researchers from MIT, Georgia Tech, Stanford, and a patent attorney from Dell. We do believe that in the next 10 to 15 years, we can turn the shoe into preventative health tool. So far, we have raised $300,000 from Index Ventures, SmartGate VC, and Angels. Next, we are raising $2 million seed round for market penetration and mass production. Mike, don't you think it will be a great article? Embry Tech is raising $2 million to stop yo-yo weight cycles. Imagine the future. Like every smartphone has a built-in camera now. Every shoe will have built-in Embry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Embry Tech.
You got yours.
Amazing. I'll pick it up after the pitch. Shall we
Okay.
do this in a minute? I think that was in a bar somewhere. Right. Let's get some questions from judges.
What evidence do you have that people who use your device will lose weight and maintain it?
So we are not claiming they will lose weight. We are partnering with weight loss programs. So whatever program they are using, they have the same challenges of consistent weight and physical activity monitoring. We are solving that issue.
Fantastic idea, thanks a lot. What is the incentive not to throw away the shoe insole while you sense that you're not on track?
Sorry, I didn't get the question.
You might put the insole in your shoe.
Yep.
But you might throw them away right away if you sense you're not on track.
Yeah, what happens if you throw them away, if you decide that it's not working?
So people are throwing away the scales. So if that's the case, so it adds every day 1 point in the weight graph and correlates with the physical activity and provides with the insights so to support them to overcome this challenge. Also, we show the average weight and the direction so they don't get upset if during the day they had put on 1 kilo or something like that.
I guess you got to wear it for a while, right, to see how it goes. Right, we have time for one more question if anyone has one.
Can you please talk a bit about technology, how you are sending information, how it works?
So we have pressure sensors and accelerometers and a bunch of other sensors under the heel. And we have a microcontroller and Bluetooth 5. And we have the mobile application. I can show the demo right now. I'm wearing another one. And while I am walking, you can see my activity beat. We call it activity beat. Like if I do like this, you will see. So and also, and the data goes to cloud, and users have access from any mobile and web.
Okay, I think we're done. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Embry Tech, do you want to take that? Congratulations, that's a very interesting, I love seeing myself in pictures, that's great fun. Let's now hear, ladies and gentlemen, our next pitch is from Public. From Slovakia, Gagik Yegedzaran, council member and co-founder. Coming up.
Hello and welcome. I'm actually from Armenia. Please meet Alex. He's my son. He enjoys playing piano. One day he told me that a video with him playing at Luxembourg Airport has generated over 300,000 views. He was really happy. Anything wrong here? Perhaps no. Over 95% of online content is free anyways. And advertising, as we heard, is one of the main models for monetizing this content. And we all know who takes the lion's share of global advertising revenue. It all started 50 years from now, 50 years ago, with introduction of the first protocol of internet, ARPANET. Since then, technology advancements have enabled the growth of very powerful yet very centralized platforms that essentially control the web. They are the web now. Let's move now to new media that distributes 100% of its shares to all its authors and publishers. It also, based on merit, I never mastered this. So it also gives identity to each content and its piece and makes them unique. Let them free to go and service and earn a living to the owner. So Alex now, as one of the authors of this platform, earns a fair reward or earnings from 100% of revenue distributed by smart contract to his wallet directly every 10 minutes sharp. Please meet Public. We are fortunate introducing today a working model of distributed web and economy on open protocol PublicNet. It's people-to-people network built on blockchain, distributed storage, channel nodes, AI engine, and tradable token is live. We now invite independent authors and publishers from all around the world to join, to build, and take their real-time share in the media future. Anyone can earn by becoming a node or a storage provider. Anyone can create their own media on PublicNet, be it publication, Q&A site, social media platform. Use your imagination. It's time to call upon technology of trust to give people power to mobilize and change this world. PublicNet, perhaps the protocol of the truly independent web, the protocol of Internet of Owners. Let's give our children a chance for a better future. Go public. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go public, or public. Speaking as a journalist, it's always nice to see somebody trying to figure out how to pay for content or pay creators. So let's hear from the judges. Anyone got any points? Yeah.
Who's your team, and do you have any users on your platform?
Our team is scattered around the world. We are in Japan, in London, in Madrid, in US, and the main team, technology team, is based in Armenia. So the product and the platform, the original blockchain, is built right here with a great team that represents public.
And have you, and the second part of the question was, have you launched? Do you have users?
Public is live, and we have several publishers on board. ZDF ARD of Germany, for example, is testing public. We are working with San Jose State University to launch another platform, which is a Scholarian, academic publishing platform. And we have many publishers joining. We are giving already the ownership to the users because we are surprised how many things that we don't know about public that they already start, bringing to us.
Any other quick questions? We've got time for a short.
Quickly, is this fully private blockchain? I didn't get
No,
that.
it's fully public blockchain, open source, and it's original blockchain built by our team.
And can you trade the token yet?
Yes, you can immediately get monetized, and the public PPQ token is tradable on ATAX exchange, which is European licensed exchange. And
maybe would Pixart put this token on its network?
Of course, we are always talking with them. I think when we get bigger as they are, they will join.
Great. Well, I think that we have. I'm going to ask you one quick question, actually. Sure. As a journalist who's covered the blockchain space, could I put this on content I've already uploaded? Could I put the public token? Could you put the public token against your son's piano rendition on video? Could you upload it to something already that's already there?
Yes, we have a working publishing platform, which is a use case, which is called public.site. And we have many users already, and they can upload their content, earn a reputation-based revenue, and earn a living, and become independent, create a new world.
Well, it's still early days for blockchain, so good luck. Thank you very much, Public.
Thank you.
So we'll just get our next picture up here. And is everybody having a good time at the conference? Fantastic. Well, I'll be wandering around, so maybe I'll run into you if you want to talk to me about what you're doing. That would be great. So I think we're ready now for our next company. This is, give it up for, whoops, my phone. Okay, give it up for Wcit from Armenia.
Discovering places around us is taking too much time. And we decided to use this opportunity and create a tool which will be used by everyone to discover places around them in few seconds. There is a huge market as well. There are 1.5 billion travelers every year, and about 15 million looking for nearby places every day. And about 300 million spend monthly on local marketing on travel apps. Ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to present you Virtuo. It's our approach for discovering nearby places. You don't have to zoom in and out the maps and deal with small markers. Forget about these discomforts. Just look around and you will see all the places and even the deals offered by the companies you are looking at. At the same time, it's a new and very attractive marketing space. As a monetization model, we'll have monthly subscriptions for businesses to provide them with marketing tools and monetization through our global partnership. As a part of our strategy for growth, we aim to use marketing potential of big companies. We have evidence that many of them want to use Virtuo as a unique location finder for their customers. So far, we have partnered with 2 global events, including Wcit, and we are going to start our cooperation with a number of businesses. Among them is such a brand as HSBC, and we are partnering with TripAdvisor on data exchange and attraction booking services. I'm proud to tell that we have very high user retention and user ratings. We have 4.9 average rating on the App Store, and we have been featured on a product hunt. Among a few words about competitors. So we have travel apps as competitors, and there our advantages are the time and attractiveness, and in augmented reality our advantages are usability, offline use, exploration by brand, and other advantages. So we are 3 founders with experience in business and product development, and we have created various successful projects for brands as Schindler, BNP Paribas, and many others. We are raising currently $100. New devices are entering our life, and they are not ready, they are not friendly for maps. They require new and disruptive solutions, and Virtuo is a such solution. Thank you.
Well, we've seen the rise of Swarm, Foursquare. Come closer, sir. Come closer.
Sure.
I don't bite, maybe in words. We've seen the rise of Foursquare, but this is obviously a virtual, like a VR version. It's like a location-based network.
Yeah.
So do we have some questions, anyone?
Congratulations on your achievement to start.
Thank you.
Quick question. If I'm a tourist, I saw as you were moving around, there was a gram at the bottom. I'm not sure whether it was color-coded. I saw some red in there. But for example, if I'm a tourist, will I see clustering for things that are more tuned for my preferences so I can walk there?
Is it personalized? I think, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, we
He
have.
had at the bottom. It was color-coded in red. Couldn't
Yeah.
see any other colors. But for example,
And,
my preferences are.
Yeah, can you set it up for your preferences?
Yeah, it's just a matter of user experience and UI. We have different colors for different categories. We have more than 200 categories, and for each category we have specific colors. So we are gonna to link the category by color to the users in there.
So it doesn't sound like it's super personalized right now, but maybe in the future. Any other questions?
How big is your user base current? We're currently growing by months. We for 20% every month with organic traffic. We didn't do any marketing yet, and our user base since 5 months is organic user base is 7,000 users on iPhone.
But it's very early days.
Yeah.
Still.
Quick question. So you are getting all the data from TripAdvisor for tagging places?
No, we are having data from different sources, and the biggest source is OpenStreetMap, which is a open source alternative for Google Maps data, and from TripAdvisor, we're having additional data for attractions.
You have one client more. You have one client more.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I love it when judges download the apps on stage, live. Great. Thank you very much,
Thank
Vertlo.
you. Thank you.
Check it out, vertlo.com, live now on the app stores, Google, Android, and iOS. And last but not least, let's hear it for Wirestock.
Everyone, I'm Mikhail, the CEO and co-founder of Wirestock. I'm actually going to start my presentation with a short story about my friend Davo. As me and Davo were hanging out about a year ago, he started showing me some of the content he's created over years. He also told me about his dusty hard drive full of 1 terabyte of amazing photos and videos that he has never made a single penny from. And he asked me if I knew a place where he could sell his content. I immediately thought of stock agencies, as I used to purchase content there for my other projects. As soon as he heard that, he got stressed out. He told me selling content on stock agencies is the worst idea. To sell a single image, it takes more than 10 minutes on descriptions, keywords, titles, categories, making the whole process not worth his time. And then it hit me. What if we'd create a place where content creators like Davo would get one-door access to all marketplaces and be able to monetize their content in minutes or even seconds? I took this idea and went to a group of friends who have years of experience building successful software products, and to my surprise, not only did they like the idea, but also came up with innovative solutions like automation for aggregating submissions and image recognition for keywording and captioning. Fast forward 4 months, Wirestock 1.0 was born. 1 week later, Davo earned his first dollars through Wirestock. Since we launched Wirestock in March of 2019, our portfolio has grown 150% month over month, getting content from thousands of photographers from around the world. Hundreds of photographers have been able to earn money through Wirestock, paying us 15% on every single transaction. We're growing to rapidly capture a larger and larger portion of a $4 billion stock photography market, and then expand to aggregate other photography monetization channels. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the future of content monetization, and Wirestock is the carrier of that disruption. Thank you.
Thank you, Wirestock. Cool name. Well, there's been a lot of people have tried this, but it's been tough. It's tough out there. Who've got some questions?
Hi, can you please share a little bit about the technology that enables the solution?
Yeah, so first of all, we were able to integrate with all marketplaces using different kinds of automation technology. And also, we use image recognition, like natural language processes to generate descriptions and keywords, which are still reviewed by our content team, but we're getting it closer to natural human language.
So that's the way of what? Tagging the photographs or what?
You need to have tags and descriptions and categories. So we're generating all of those.
Using NLP, okay. We have an expert on images, I think, in the jury. Go ahead.
First of all, congrats, really great product.
Thanks.
So a quick question, how direct is your integration with the providers? I mean, if one day they decide that you shouldn't like directly send photos, or how you do it now?
Yeah, so the first thing we did before we integrated, we went out and started talking to them. So we told them that we're an aggregator. We represent 1,000+ photographers. So now it's very raw, the integration right now, but we're building and we're talking to them to create APIs or initial versions of APIs, so it's much faster and more reliable. So the communication is very direct. Technology is still not perfect, but we're getting there slowly.
Thanks. And what about licensing? I mean, when I upload photo to your platform, like, do you have any special licensing that you can distribute my photo, or how it works?
Yeah, we act, the official legal sort of role of Wirestock is that we're an intermediary between the creator, who owns the 100% copyrights of the content, and we're just act as a distribution sort of distribution hub for these creators. And actually these marketplaces accept that legal, you don't have to be the creator to be submitting images to their platforms.
Okay, in the closing seconds, oh, did you have one? Did you have a photo? Oh, go ahead.
Quick question. Congratulations on your achievement to start.
Thank you.
Just quick question. You mentioned natural language processing. So does that, are you focused upon the user tagging, or do you have automated suggested tagging? Do you run anything through let's say a Synonym API, run it through different APIs to provide suggestions?
We use our own technology, and we use third-party providers to get the best suitable keywords for every single image, and we constantly test it. Same for captioning, which is a much harder problem, actually.
I see. And in the closing seconds, what about Ion or Flickr and how do you compete against
that's
those guys?
potentially the future of this.
The future.
Yeah, going to audio, podcast, educational videos, and the list goes on.
Oh, I see. Great. And can I just give you a little bit of advice? When you're answering questions, try not to wander around too much like this. It's kind of like distracting.
I'll be happy to take this advice from you. Thank you.
Stand like
that.
Okay. Thank you very much, Wirestock.
Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that brings our lightning round. Let's hear it for the judges, our jury. And you can see me on the Bare Naked Innovation session. I think it's here or the other one. I'm not sure. See you later on. Mike Butcher from TechCrunch. Bye.
Okay.